for myself. Symptoms include hallucinations, paranoia, suicidal ideation, similar to dementia without underlying organic damage. It absorbs biomass at an exponential rate. Self-inflicted ocular injury. Grotesque skeletal cardiovascular pollution. I trust in you. I trust in you. It's all coming apart. This way. God, I feel scared. I do not know what lies ahead, but I trust that you are with me. Strengthen me and hold me safe. Thank you for hearing my prayer. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I forgot to hit the button. Alright, maybe I should have done. Hold on. Let's do that again. Hold on. Nope. Hold on. Boo! Good morning, caustic critters! Tonight, we have a very, very special stream prepared. A very spooky stream. A stream that might make you, the music's too loud. It's too loud. It's too loud. A stream. Should I change my background actually? Is that, I feel like the joke might not work for this stream. I don't know. It's afternoon though. It's morning somewhere in the world. There was a strange lady talking to me earlier. Probably should get your house checked for ghosts. Oh no! Oh no! It's morning here. There you go. Good morning. Hey Pixie, how was your day? It was busy, dude. I had a lot of meetings. I had a lot of meetings to go through. I had a lot of meetings, but it's good we're here. I feel like scary stuff has less energy, so there's less energy here present right now, but I think it's fine. Do you guys like my two hats? Do you guys like my hats? Should I change the background and do you guys like my hats? That's questions for you guys. Answer them. Answer them now correctly. Before we start. Before we start. Yes? Scowie. Hats are good. Dope, dope, dope. Little hat on the drill peak. Why not get a third hat? I'm wearing a third hat. Change to a campfire. Oh, that could work. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? I know. I think, like the mini-me hat? Yes. Okay, so hold on. I want to see if I set up... Where's the other... okay, here. And then I go to there. No, that's a science video. Close that. I go to there. No, that's my tab full of Luna Snow and magic hentai. No. I gotta go... here. Campfire, ambient, background. Do we want the campfire noises? I feel like no. Oh, it's too close to the campfire. Ambient campfire. No AI. Jesus fuck, dude. Of course, look how bouncy it is. True. I wonder if they have a super long campfire audio. Do we want a campfire? Low noises, maybe. No animate objects have such movement. I'm kind of digging with this sound. I don't know. But if you guys really want a campfire sound, I could do a campfire. Do you guys want to hear the stories also? I really should have thought this out more. I was like, oh, it's such an easy stream. I'll just read stories on Reddit. Because I could do this. And that's the background, but then you guys wouldn't see the Reddit. You know what I mean? Talk to me, chat. I need to make this stream good. How does this sound? Is the campfire clashing with the ambient noise? The ambient noises? And then I could just read a Reddit story. Okay, we'll practice. We'll do a practice run. Hold on. We'll do a practice run. Okay, let me know how this sounds. Is this a practice run? Or I gotta play the video. To not use the video as the background? You guys don't want the video in the background? Okay, okay. I like this background though. Yeah, I unless there's image, I don't think Reddit needs to be seen. Okay, that's fair. All right, it's a practice. See, this is the practice check how the audio balancing works, how you guys like the sights, the sound, blah blah blah. Okay. I could also be bigger as well. I like the video in the background. I like, okay. Some Like It Hot is a 1959 American crime comedy film produced, co-written, and directed by Billy Wilder. It stars Marilyn Monroe, Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, with George Raft, Pat O'Brien, Joey Brown, Joan Shawley, and Nehemiah Persoff in supporting roles. The screenplay by Wilder and I.A.L. Diamond is based off a screenplay by Robert Theron and French Logan from the 1935 French film Fanfare of Love. Set in the Prohibition era, The Stream is about two musicians, Curtis and Lemon, who disguise themselves as women to escape Chicago mobsters they witness commit murder. Seems to want to reduce on screen as well. Maybe make the video small to only show the fire? But then what? But that confuses me because then, okay, like what are we want? Do you want this background there? I feel like this is a much better background. You know, even if I were to make it so that less is shown, like what? Okay, so now only the campfire is shown. Now what? Archer's asking because you seem to want to reduce it on screen as well. No, I think this is good. Gamer subs advertise it coming in. I think I might take out the overlays for this though. And the little caustic. Full screen fire is better. How is this without that? Video background works better. Okay. Let's try it like this. You also gotta tell me how the sound is. Some Like It Hot opened to critical and commercial success and is considered to be one of the greatest films of all time. The film received 6 Academy Award nominations, including Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Winning for Best Costume Design. In 1989, the Library of Congress selected it as one of the first 25 films to preserve in the United States National Film Registry for being culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant. Caustic would be instant standing for the audience. Oh, I could see that. Okay, so wait, hold on. So what if we do, let's make Caustic a little bigger. Or make caustic like this? Something like that? Have some more caustics in here. It's like you guys as an audience. What do we think? That's really got Moe, I think, chat. Look at the adorable critters. That's you. Oh my god. Thank you for the $50. Holy shit. Thank you. Pretend like a whole fanfare play because I don't want to break the immersion. We're spooky. Ooh, spooky. Tag yourself. That's right. Tag yourself, guys. All right, I think we're ready to hit record and start this bad boy up. What do you guys? Oh, let's find the Reddit story. Fuck. No sleep. Is it no sleep Reddit? Manager, help. Manager. No sleep. r/no sleep. Good morning, Wolf. Also, good morning, Skybird. Good morning, Ola. Did I miss anybody? Don't scare me, I'll come. Okay, I know the first caustic critter we're throwing into the fire today. Two-sentence horror? You guys want to do 2 cents horror? All right, let's do a little intro. Hello, and welcome to the campfire with me, Pixie Prototype. Excuse me. And now we're doing scary stories. Put some fanfic in there, future editor. We are going to the No Sleep Reddit, and we're gonna read some fantastical, scary stories. And these stories are gonna be so scary, you're gonna blow your socks off. Your socks are gonna go way off. And that's what we're doing today. We're reading scary boo! Okay, now we start. We're on the No Sleep Reddit. This one, I'm just gonna read the first one that's here. Oh, it's so long. Oh, it's so long. I've decided we're not gonna read this one. Okay. Can I? Shit, okay. What is this rated by? Best? This is the best one? Okay, we're gonna read, I guess, by the best. Okay. Perfect pixie intro reel. Okay. This story is called If Your Phone Loses Service and Your GPS reroutes you, Turn It Off by Let's Split Up. That's the name of the guy who posted it. So that's actually pretty forward. Also, guys, I'm a horrible job at advertising, but we have a bunch of people here. Please show up tomorrow. I'm doing a very special Resident Evil stream, but it's special because I'm going to be in the game, and you guys are going to want to see it. It's my first time playing Resident Evil 4. It's going to be really good. And Friday, please, I'm posting a video on Friday. I'm kind of really nervous about it. It's an ASMR video, and I'm not the greatest at ASMR, but it's like a happy little Halloween video, and I really want you guys, I've never done anything like that before, so if you guys can watch on Halloween Friday, the video releases 3 p.m. It's going to be cool. So, you know, if you guys could be there for that, that'd be really cool. Okay. Trying to be there tomorrow. Where is this crank death? I said, Joy. Where is the crank taking me? I said with Joyce. Death, said the death crank. Guys, I know the second crossing critter we're throwing into the fire. All right. Make multiple accounts to gain the algorithm. I would be so honored if you would do that. I don't know if that's breaking TOS, but... Okay. Such exciting updates? Yes! Okay, if your phone loses service and the GPS reroutes you, turn it off. Don't get me wrong. I love using GPS. Saves me time when there's traffic or unexpected construction. But it can be dangerous if it takes you to the wrong place at the wrong time. A shortcut through a bad part of the city at night, or a shortcut along a gravel road where your tire gets punctured and suddenly you're there for hours waiting for a tow, or worse. BGM a tad loud compared to your voice. Thank you. Is this a common sentiment? Where is my BGM? Is that better? I was hearing fine. Okay. How about now? 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 There are places we aren't meant to go. Last night, my fiance Rav and I were on a road trip to visit family. Our trip took us to the northern Appalachia, and our phone service kept cutting in and out. When we hit construction, our pace slowed to a crawl. The GPS offered a faster route, so we took it. But soon we were winding through wooded hills and lost all service. My map was still active, sort of, but no longer giving directions. It just showed us the route we were on as a colored line. The sun was lowering in the sky and I couldn't zoom out to see where we were. We also hadn't seen any signs for a gas station where we could look for directions. This, grumbled Rav, is why you shouldn't rely on GPS, Ricardo. He only ever called me Ricardo when he was upset. A habit he borrowed from my mom. It was always Rick until I was in trouble. He also was never willing to let me be the one to drive. And I said, okay, well, if you want to fill my car up with maps from Minnesota to Long Island, I guess we could kill some trees to go the old-fashioned route. We can just map out a route in advance and print the sections we need. Oh, so like MapQuest. Back to the technological superiority of the 90s, I snarked. While we bickered, suddenly the phone screen went out. And then flickered back on. The GPS was working again. Hallelujah! I thanked the universe as it began recalculating our route, and my spirits lightened, even though the sky was getting darker. Rav never let things go, though. And he was still grumbling about how I shouldn't rely on my phone, and about how I should look with my own eyes and learn the road. If you depend on GPS, you'll stop learning to keep track of directions. You'll stop noticing things. Like that. He suddenly sat up. Haven't we gone past those signs already?
I haven't been paying enough attention to notice and only barely caught a glimpse of the sign for falling rocks, followed up with another sign for bears. I swear we already drove by here half an hour ago, mumbled Rav. Maybe we did, I said. We were lost before and now it's got a route, which is this way. But it's taking us further and further into the hills and away from the highway? I zoomed out on the larger map. Maybe this is a shortcut to get further ahead of traffic? Rev felt quiet, and we put on some music. Beneath the stereo, something didn't quite feel right. It was hard for me to pinpoint on. On the surface, everything was fine, and I figured maybe the uneasy feeling was just because this is an unfamiliar route. We were both crabby and tired. We'd been in the car all day. I sped up as the sun vanished behind the hills and the sky turned a fiery red. I'd fallen into a zone like I always tend to do while driving long distances. When the roads are long, empty stretches and I don't need to concentrate like in city traffic, I sort of just let instinct take over. My mind wanders. I just drove, just lazily watching my GPS and the line upon the GPS marking the road. The road ran on, endlessly ahead. I saw on the map where it curved up ahead. The road began to turn. Hey, Rick, slow down! As Rav shouted, I slammed on the brakes, swerving, because the curve came on faster than I expected. I looked at the GPS and it was zoomed in, and when I zoomed out, it showed how tight the curve was. There must have been some lag. Rav was clinging onto the handle above the door. He glared my way, and I muttered an apology and drove more carefully. I'm usually a pretty reliable driver. GPS has been being laggy and caught me off guard. Rav glowered and said, "That thing is gonna get us killed." More long stretches of silence. The sky deepening, and the first stars became visible. There was still a fair bit of light, but even so, I turned on my headlights. I was still following the long line of GPS when suddenly Rav was screaming, "Stop! Stop!" I hadn't seen anything on the road, but his panic set my foot shooting to the brake, and we skidded as I yanked the wheel to bring us to the side of the hill. He was gasping, and I looked ahead. The road went over a bridge. It took me a moment to see clearly what Rav had seen. A few feet out, the bridge was broken. Nothing but a drop below. Rav and I got out and walked over to the bridge and stepped across the remnants of a barricade. It must have been set out to warn vehicles about the bridge being out, but now it was in pieces, flattened and broken. Driving at speed, you'd never see the shattered pieces in time. Rav's eagle eyes had saved our lives. We stepped past the broken barricade. "Careful," muttered Rav as I moved to the edge of the bridge and looked down. Cars lay piled below, and what looked like a body spilled out of one of them at the bottom of the ravine. It's why the barricade was broken. Not just one, but multiple vehicles had smashed through it. Chilled, I backed away from the drop. The pair of us picked our way back to the shattered barricade along the road. We were almost at our vehicles when headlights blinded us. A truck barreled towards us. I grabbed Rav and flung him into the hillside as the scream of the horn shot past us, the truck driver laying in on it. And as the wheels clacked over the broken barricade and the horde faded out into nothingness, the truck went over. There was a horrific metallic crunching as it crashed and rolled far below. My head was bleeding from hitting a rock as we slammed into the hill, but luckily neither of us were seriously injured. We hurried into the car, strapping ourselves in and quickly pulling a 3-point turn and driving away, back the way we'd came, ignoring the GPS now, ignoring its directions to turn around, recalculating route. Finally, we caught a glimpse of a sign for gas and followed it until we reached the station, where we called police to report the broken bridge. While I was on the call using the gas station phone, my cell phone rebooted. Suddenly it signaled again, and now the map was showing a totally different route. A totally normal route, taking us back to the highway. The police never found the broken bridge, and my GPS never tried to take me that way again. But these days, just in case, I always plan my route in advance. And that was the story. If your phone loses service and your GPS reroutes you, turn it off. Did you guys like that one? I think my guy just hallucinated GPS route. Possibly. Did it send chills up your spine? Are you guys scared? How haunted was that story? Bro shouldn't be driving zoned out like that. It's a real thing. That's a real thing that happens to drivers, I agree, but it's a phenomenon. 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 Is it based on a true story? I don't think that's important. Eight haunted out of 10. Blue Alubi. All right, do we want to read another story? Wait, is the stream good? Yeah, stream's good. Stream's amazing. Spooky stream kill. Oh. I actually just got a thumbnail back, so I'm gonna do something really scary. I'm gonna set up a premiere for my Halloween ASMR video that you guys should watch. Whoa. We're gonna set it as a premiere so all of you guys can hold hands and watch it together. You guys can all be in the comments and say your comments together as you watch it live. Definitely recommend wearing headphones. Set up premiere. Oh, we're just gonna use classic. We're just gonna use classic. We don't need a trailer. It's a 10-minute video. You guys will be good. "44 hours it premieres. 44 hours. Wait, let me make sure it's coming out date. Yeah, okay. Cool. Oh, I need to put the credits. Shit. You had some pretty cool unintentional. Yeah, that was supposed to be scary, but that's okay. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. Is this the whole link? Okay. You had some pretty good ASMR at the beginning with the spooky ghost. This is way too scary. Whoa. Whoa, guys. It's scary. Whoa, it's scary. All right, sorry. Let's tell another story on the Reddit. For months, I heard a voice For months, I heard a voice begging for help from my bathroom drain. I finally went to find her. If there's no one reasonably loud noise at the end of the ASMR, I'll riot. Guys, not every... Just enjoy the video. I set myself up for this. This one's by Gommel Frank. All right, let's hope this one is good. I don't know how much time I have. I'm typing this from my laptop, wedged to the corner of my living room, as far away from the bathroom as I can get. I've barricaded the door with the bookshelf. It's a stupid, pointless gesture. I know it's not about keeping something out anymore. It's about keeping myself in. And I'm afraid of what I'll do if I go back in there. It all started about 3 months ago. I just come off of a brutal project at work, 60-hour weeks. Take out for dinner every night. sleeping in 4-hour chunks. I was a wreck. My apartment, which had always been this little sanctuary in the city, started to feel like a cage. It's an old building, the kind with character, which is just a real estate agent's way of saying it's falling apart in slow motion. The plumbing groans and sighs like an old man settling into bed. The walls are thin enough to hear my neighbors' arguments about their cat. I was used to the sounds. They were part of my building's personality. The first time I heard her, I was just washing my face before collapsing into bed. It was late, maybe 2 a.m. The only light was a dim bulb over the bathroom mirror, making my reflection look pale and hollowed out. I turned on the cold tap. I felt rushing out with a percussive hiss that echoed into the small tiled room. And underneath that hiss, something else, a thin, reedy sound, like a badly turned radio heard from a great distance. I turned the water off. Silence. Just the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I chalked it up to exhaustion. Audible pareidolia. My brain was just making patterns out of the white noise of the pipes, the same way you see faces in clouds. I splashed water over my face, dried off, and went to bed. It happened again the next morning. I was in the shower, the water drumming against the fiberglass tub. There it was again, clearer this time. A voice. A woman's voice, muffled and distorted by the water. I couldn't make it out. Just a cadence of distress, a soft, desperate moaning. I killed the shower and stood there, dripping, listening. The sound vanished with the water. The silence that followed felt heavy, watchful. This became the new normal. Every time I ran out in the bathroom, I ran the water in the bathroom, the sink, the shower, even flushing the toilet, her voice would be there. A faint, ghostly undercurrent to the sound of the plumbing. For weeks, I lived with it. I told myself it was a logical problem with a logical solution. I asked my next door neighbor about it, the one with the cat. He just gave me this weird look and said he hadn't heard anything. I tried to trace the sound, pressing my ear against the wall, against the pipes under the sink. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the very heart of the building's circulatory system. My rationalization started to fray at the edge. The voice was becoming clearer. It had words, fragments, broken pleas that rode the waves of running water. So cold. Can't get out. Please, someone help me. I started timing my showers, making them as fast as possible. I washed my hands with a frantic burst of water and then silence. The bathroom, my small, private space, began to feel like hostile territory. I felt a cold knot of dread tighten in my stomach every time I had to push open that door. The air in there felt different. Colder. Heavier. One night I came home late, bone tired and just wanting to sleep. I went to brush my teeth, turning the tap on just a trickle to wet my toothbrush. Her voice came through with a chilling clarity, as if whispering right into the drain. I am on the roof. It gurgled, the sound distorted as if spoken through a mouthful of water. In the tank. The water tank. Please. It's so dark in here. I dropped my toothbrush. It clattered against the porcelain sink. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. The roof. The water tank. It was insane. A delusion brought on by stress and lack of sleep. That had to be it. But the plea had been so specific. For the next week, I was a ghost in my own apartment. I bought water bottles. I used the gym at work to shower. I avoided my bathroom entirely, but the silence was somehow worse. I kept imagining I could hear it, a faint whisper just on the edge of my hearing, even when the water wasn't running. I felt like I was losing my mind. The thought of this woman, this voice trapped and suffering, gnawed at me. Was I going crazy, or was I ignoring a person's desperate cry for help? What if she was real? The guilt was so immense. Last night I was at the breaking point. A storm rolled in, and the rain hammered against my windows. I had to use the toilet. The cistern refilled the long, drawn-out hiss. Her voice came out louder than ever before, filled with a raw, gurgling panic that cut right through me. The water is rising! Please! I can't breathe! He's going to... Oh, God, please, help me! It ended in a choked-off scream that was swallowed by a final gurgle of the toilet filling up. I stood there, frozen, my whole body trembling. That was it. I couldn't live with uncertainty anymore. I couldn't live with the possibility that I was letting someone die 60 feet above my head when I tried to convince myself I was just tired, or crazy, or not. I had to go up there. I had to look. The door to the roof access was just at the end of the hall of the top floor. It was a heavy, metal fire door that was always kept locked. I had seen the apartment superintendent use his master key on it once or twice. I went back to my apartment and grabbed a toolkit, a credit card and a tension wrench. I'm not a burglar, but you pick things up from watching too many movies. It took me 20 agonizing minutes of fumbling with the lock, my hand sick with sweat, every scrape of metal sounding like a gunshot in the silent hallway. Finally, with a dull thunk, the lock gave way. I pushed the door open and was hit by a blast of cold, damp air. The rain had erased into a drizzle. The roof was flat, black expanse of tar, glistening under the orange sky of the city light pollution. And there, in the center of the roof, was a water tank. It was bigger than I had imagined. A huge black metal cylinder, maybe 12 feet high and just as wide, standing on a squat framework of steel girders. It looked ancient and monolithic, like some forgotten altar. A thin, rusty metal ladder was bolted to its side. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn back, to lock the doors and forget this ever happened. But the sound of that final gurgling scream was still ringing in my ears. I walked towards the tank, my shoes making soft, sticky sounds from the wet tar. The air up here was thin and smelled of rain and exhaust fumes. As I got closer, I could hear a slow, rhythmic sloshing from inside the tank. A gentle, tidal sound. I put my hand on the ladder. The metal was cold and slick with rain. I took a deep breath and started to climb. The rungs were thin and felt like they were bowing under my weight. The wind whipped at my jacket, trying to push me off. Halfway up, I stopped to press my ear against the cold, curved wall of the tank. I couldn't hear a voice, just that soft, rhythmic shifting of water inside. A large volume of it, moving slowly. I kept climbing until my head was level with the top. There was a large circular lid like an oversized manhole cover. It looked heavy. It had 2 rusted handles. I gripped them, the rust slinking off of my fingers, and pulled. It wouldn't budge. I braced my feet at the top rung of the ladder and pulled again, throwing all of my weight into it. It moved with a deep, groaning screech of metal on metal. I slid it just enough to create a gap, maybe a foot wide. The smell hit me first. It wasn't the smell of decay or rot. Nothing I could identify. It was organic, alien scent, damp cave mixed with the ozone and something vaguely biological. It was thick and cloying and made the back of my throat itch. I peered into the darkness. The water inside was black and still, reflecting the orange-tinted clouds above like a broken mirror. I couldn't see anything. My relief so profound, it made my knees buckle. It was just water. It was all in my head. I was just sleep-deprived idiot standing on the roof in the rain. I started to push the lid closed. And then the water moved. It wasn't a ripple from the wind. It was something immense. Something immense shifting beneath the surface. The water bulged upwards. Silently, I froze, my hand still on the lid. A shape broke the surface. It wasn't a person. It was a pale, chitinous plate, the color of old bone, and it was slick with black water. It was maybe the size of a dinner plate. And then another one surfaced next to it. And another, and another. Rising in the long, elegant, horrifying curve, a segment. I was looking at a single segment of something impossibly long. My mind just stopped. It refused to process what it was seeing. The segment was following more and more, emerging from the depths in a silent, undulating sequence. The body was as thick as a telephone pole. It seemed to go on forever, coiling in the vast, dark space of the tank. And then I saw the legs. On the side of each segment, just below the waistline, was a fringe of them. It was a mass of fine, hair-like appendages, hundreds of them per segment, moving all in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, like cilia. They stirred in the water in an unnatural grace. I should have screamed. I should have fallen off the ladder, but I was paralyzed, locked in a primal reptilian kind of fear, bypassing all higher brain function. And then it turned. The long, pale curve of its body began to rotate slowly in the water. One of its segments, then another, rolled towards me. That's when I saw the eyes. There were no eyes on its head. I don't even know if it had a head. The eyes were on its body. Embedded in the center of each bony plate was a single round black eye. A simple, glossy, unblinking bead. And there were hundreds of them. 100 segments, 100 eyes, 1,000 segments, 1,000 eyes, all down the length of its submerged, coiled body. As the creature turned, the eyes rose above the water one by one, and one by one, they fixed on me. My paralysis broke. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a choke, silent sob. I slammed the heavy lid back on the plate. The clang of metal was deafening. I didn't wait to see if it was secure. I practically fell down the ladder, my hands and feet slipping on the wet rungs. I hit the tar of the roof hard, scraping my palms, but I didn't feel it. I scrambled to the feet and ran. I fumbled with the roof door, wrenched it open, threw myself back in the hallway, slamming it shut behind me. I didn't bother to see if the lock caught. I sprinted down the flight of stairs, taking 2 at a time, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. I burst into the apartment and slammed the lock on my door, throwing the deadbolt under the chain. I stumbled through my living room and into the far corner, collapsing on the floor, backing against the wall. And there I sat, for hours, I think, just shaking, listening. The building is silent now. The pipes are no longer gnawing, no longer growing. The water is still. The voice is gone from the bathroom. It's not gone completely though. It's quieter now. And so much closer. It's in my head. A whisper. A soft, sibilant sound, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It's not made of words, not anymore. It's made of images, feelings. It's showing me things. The black, cold water, the endless, patient waiting, the feeling of 100 bodies, of 1,000 legs moving in perfect, silent unison. It's showing me myself through its eyes, hundreds of versions of me peering over the edge of the world, its world, a small, warm, frightening thing. It saw me. It knows I'm here. It knows I know. And the whispers in my head have a new tone, a promise. It's telling me about the water, how it connects everything in this building, every tap, every drain, every toilet. It's telling me how patient it can be. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Calling the cops sound insane. Hello, officer, there's a giant centipede thing in my building's water tank and it's whispering in my brain. They'd lock me up. Who do you call for something like this? I'm so thirsty, but I can't drink the water. I can't even go near the bathroom. I can feel it waiting on the other side of the pipes. Every drain is an ear. Every faucet is a mouth. What do I do? Do I run? Where would I go? It saw me. It knows my face from 100 different angles. Does it stay in the tank? Or does it come looking for the one who got away? The whispers are getting stronger. I feel curious. Please, someone tell me what to do. I'm in my living room. I've pushed everything I own against the bathroom door, and I know it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to face the pipes again. I don't know what's going to happen. Please. I don't think it's going to be pleading for help this time. And that was the end of... For months, I heard a voice begging for help in my bathroom drain. I finally went to find her. This was really good. Yeah, I can't believe someone made a horrible story about Skippy Toilet. What'd you guys think? Just get bottled water. Whoa. It's really good. You guys like that one? Literally just use liquid nitrogen on the pipes like it's the 90s. Is he stupid? Is this gonna be an ongoing, a running joke? Because I don't hate it. I don't hate liquid nitrogen in the 90s. Very nice. What's up, Seb? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? It's exciting and thrilling. Awesome. I like the it was a twist from what I was expecting. What were you guys expecting? That was a good story. One could conclude about someone suffering from rabies. If you're confusion at one doing very cool. Skippy Toilet has taken the Pixie. Just refresh. I was expecting a dead body in the tank like the death of Eliza Lamb. Shove a Snickers into the pipe and see if it chills out. What's up, Justin? Did anyone else feel like it was very eldritch? Was that just me? Is that just me putting eldritch on everything? Because it was like psychically fucking with him. Stream gets so spooked out that it dies. Yeah, stream's so haunted it dies. Did sound like it kind of felt like an eldritch creature. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Also, chat, if someone joins the membership, I realize I have a lot of fucking members and I don't, like, this chat doesn't help me with. So if someone members and I don't see it, don't respond to it, please let me know. Just like, oh, like, you guys can thank them too. Just like, oh, thank you, Mr. Outdated, for being a member. Oh, thank you, Skybird, for renewing your massive membership. Sounds like something out of HR Geiger. Not enough dick. I think. Like, if it instead of an eye, it had like a phallus, maybe. Eldritch is done so many times that it never really goes done well. I wouldn't say never. I feel like it's oversaturated. When everything's oversaturated, you're gonna have a lot of junk. I feel like that was good Eldritch Horror. We don't get any answers. You have to wonder, is this all in his head? He can't go to the police. He's crashing the fuck out. He's losing it, right? I feel like that was good Eldritch Horror. The creature pretended to be someone stuck in the pipes, or maybe it was, you know? Any plans on making custom badges? There's no plans. I never plan anything. I don't plan. Ugh. Because that's money, and I don't even know what my badges would be. Like, I don't know what I don't really know what the image would be. Did you guys like that story? Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? I gotta go pee before the next one, but we're chilling. We have the same room music on now.
You touch shit every single day if you shit.
Why are you?
Sorry, it's clicking random Twitter video. Five different tiers, but what would it be? Like, well, I don't understand what it would be. It was way better than people who couldn't read. All right, I'm gonna go piss, then we're gonna do scary stories. I'll just, you know, hold on. I'll do something. Hold on. BRB.
James believes keeping a close watch on his spending helps him resist
Boo! How are we doing? creatures are lurking in the woods. I mean, that's where they lurk. Where would you like creatures to lurk? Would you prefer them to lurk in your house? Too spooky for me. Scary. All right, do you guys want to read the next story? Made me a heart attack? Oh no! Too haunted! The centipede from the water tank. That's a really cool Eldritch Horror idea. I wish I thought of it. That's really cool. The centipede from the water tank. Water-based Eldritch Horror. Are there a lot of water-based Eldritch Horror? I guess all the Ryleth goons are vaguely water-based, right? Would you say Cthulhu and his minions are water-based? I think they're vaguely water-based. Water-based Eldritch Horrors. All right. That was a good story. My dying mother promised me her guardian angel would protect me. I've seen it now, and I don't think it's an angel. Do you guys want to hear that? No matter how vile I act, I'm treated like a saint. Imagine it follows, but a bug or mosquito buzzing sound. I don't think so. I think it's just... I akin it to more of like... like tainted water. It's not, it doesn't follow you in your mind like it follows, where it's just like, it's kind of the ubiquity in water. You have to drink water at some point or you die. Okay, everything around, it's like mouth washing. It's like mouth washing. It's like, okay, you have to drink water, you die. What if the water's poison? You know, it's that sort of ubiquity in horror. Like, what if the water you had to drink was horrifying? I feel like that's more how I see. No shot. I think this song is the scariest song in the whole Resident Evil series. Such a good game. Mouthwashing? Yeah, mouthwashing is a good game. Okay, so let me try to... It's a long story. Okay. My dying mother promised me her guardian angel would protect me. I've seen it now. And I don't think it's an angel. My mother died 2 months ago. It wasn't a tragedy in the sudden, shocking sense. It was a long, slow, quiet fading. Cancer. We had years to prepare, but you're never really prepared. The last week was spent in a sterile, beige-colored hospice room that smelled of bleach and quiet finality. I sat by her bed, holding her thin, papery hands, just watching her breathe. She was at peace with it. That was the strangest, most difficult part. While I was a tangled, screaming knot of grief and anticipatory loss, she was serene. On her last day, when her breathing was shallow and her voice was a dry, rustling whisper, she pulled me close. Her eyes have been cloudy and distant, were suddenly clear, crystal clear. "Don't be sad, my love," she whispered, a faint and tired smile on her lips. "I am not afraid. I have never been afraid. He's always with me." "Who, Mom?" I asked with my voice thick with tears. "My guardian," she said, her gaze shifting to a point over my shoulder. "My protector. He was a gift from my own mother when she passed. He's kept me safe my whole life. He's never let any real harm come to me." I didn't know what to say. My mother had always been a little spiritual in a vague, non-denominal way. I just assumed it was the morphine talking. A final, comforting delusion. I squeezed her hand. "When I go," she continued, her eyes locking back into mine with a startling intensity, "he will pass to you. He has to. He needs someone to watch over. You will be safe now. Always." "Mom, don't talk like that," I choked out. "You won't believe me at first," she said, ignoring me, her voice getting a strange final string. "But you'll know. There will be 10 marks. 10 signs after I'm gone. When you see the 10th, you'll know he's with you. And then you will see him." She recites the marks to me, her voice a low, rhythmic chanting. "A coin returned, a silent bell, a path cleared, a saved fall, a warning unheard, a feared answer, a scent of the old earth, a touch of cold fur, a voice not your own, and finally, a gaze returned." She finished and a deep, peaceful sigh escaped her lips. She closed her eyes and a few hours later, she was gone. The funeral was a blur. The weeks that followed were a suffocating fog of grief and paperwork. I was just going through the motions, a ghost in my own life. I'd completely forgotten her strange final words. They were just the ramblings of a dying woman. A final, beautiful, meaningless piece of poetry. Then the first mark appeared. I was at the grocery store fumbling for keys in the parking lot, and a quarter slipped through my fingers, clattering into the dark, wet asphalt. It was late, raining. I looked for a minute, but it was gone. Probably rolled under the car. I sighed, wrote it off, and drove home. When I got to my apartment and emptied my pockets in my dresser, there it was, sitting right in the center of my keys and wallet, a single, dry, gleaming quarter. I stared at it. It was impossible. My pockets had been emptied. My grieving mind immediately supplied a dozen rational explanations. I must have had another one. I must have picked it up without realizing. I dismissed it. But a tiny, cold seed of unease was planted. A coin returned. A week later, the second marked. I was walking home from work, taking my usual route past an old, decommissioned church. As I passed it, a silent bell tower. I heard it, a single, clear, resonant bong of a great bell echoing through the quiet afternoon. I looked up. The tower was still. The great bell was motionless. No birds flew out, no one else on the street seemed to have noticed. An auditory hallucination, I told myself. Stress and grief do strange things to your mind. A silent bell. A third mark came a few days after. My building is old, my work building is old, and the maintenance staff is constantly doing repairs. I was heading to the break room, but the hallway was blocked by this huge, wheeled cart full of tools, equipment left there by a worker who was nowhere in sight. I sighed, annoyed, and turned to go the long way around. I got to the end of the hall, turned the corner, and then I'd realized I'd forgotten my wallet at my desk. I turned back, and the hallway was empty. The massive cart was gone. The whole process had taken less than 30 seconds. There was no way anyone could have moved it that fast. It had just vanished. A path cleared. I wasn't just uneasy anymore. I was starting to get scared. These could not just be coincidences. They were too specific, too perfectly aligned with my mother's strange prophecy. I started to feel like I was a character in a story that somebody else was writing. And I started to feel like I was being watched, and a constant, low-grade, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I'd be in the apartment and I'd feel a sudden, intense pressure, as if someone had just walked into the room. I'd spin around, my heart pounding, but there was never anyone there. I started seeing things too. Flickers of movement at the edge of my vision. A shadow in the doorway that was a little too tall, a little too dark. When I turned to look, it would be gone. Mark number 4 happened a week later. I was clumsy with grief, not paying attention. I was walking down the stairs to my apartment lobby. I missed a step. I pitched forward. I remember the sickening, weightless lurch, the flash of the hard tile rushing up to meet me. I braced for impact, for the crack of bone, but it never came. I just stopped, a foot from the ground, suspended in midair for a split second, as if an invisible, powerful hand had caught me by the chest. And then I was set down, gently on my feet. I stood there trembling in an empty, silent stairwell. A saved fall. The 5th and 6th mark came in quick succession, like a 1-2 punch from this invisible force that was now ordering my life. I was about to get to an elevator stopping at the shopping mall when I felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of pure dread. A silent, internal scream telling me, do not get in. I hesitated and let the doors close without me. A moment later, the lights of the floor indicator went dark, and a loud grinding screech echoed down the elevator shaft, followed by the distant sound of an alarm bell ringing. A warning unheard. That same evening, I walked home through the park. A large, barking dog off its leash came unbound towards me, its teeth bared. I froze, a jolt of pain, pure, primal fear shooting through me. The dog was a foot away, ready to leap, when it suddenly stopped. It let out a terrifying, high-pitched yelp, tucked its tail between its legs, and fled, as if it had seen something standing right behind me. A fear answered. I was 6 marks in, and my life was no longer my own. I was being guided, protected, manipulated by some unseen, unknowable force. The feeling of being watched was a certainty now. I began to see it more clearly, though never directly. In the reflection of my dark TV, I'd see a shape standing in the room behind me. It was tall, stooped like an old man, with arms that were too long and hands almost touching the floor. In the reflection of the shop window as I walked by, I'd see it, a dark, hulking shape following me a few paces behind, always keeping to the shadows. The 7th and 8th mark brought me closer, from the visual presence to a physical one. I started to notice a strange smell in my apartment, a smell that would come and go without reason. It was heavy, musky animal scent, the smell of a damp, rich earth, and something else, something like wet fur. A scent of the old earth. One night I was lying in bed with the lights on, my nerves a raw, jangled mess. I was drifting into the gray space before sleep when I was tucked with brush against an outstretched hand. It was coarse, bristly feeling, like touching a thick, weary animal pelt. I snatched the back of my hand with a choked cry. My heart exploded in my chest. I was alone in the room. There was nothing there. A touch of cold fur. I was 9 marks in. The terror was a constant companion now. I knew the 10th mark was coming, and I knew that it would be the final, terrible reveal, and I didn't know what I was afraid of. The waiting or the seeing. The 9th mark came last night. I had finally managed to fall into a fitful, exhausted sleep. I was awoken by a low, A voice. A low, guttural, wet sound whispering directly into my ear. It wasn't a language I knew, but it felt like the meaning. I felt the meaning in the sounds in my bones. A word that meant mine. A voice not your own. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner of my room, clutching a baseball bat, watching the shadows, waiting for the dawn. Tonight, I knew it would end. The final mark. I sat on my couch, the TV off, and the lights in my apartment blazing. The feeling of the presence in the room was overwhelming. A physical presence, a thickness in the air, the musky animal scent was overpowering. I could feel it just there, in the dark hallway that led to my bedroom, waiting. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was a year of grief. Maybe it was the weeks of mounting terror, but I was done being scared. I was done being the victim in this ghost story. I needed to see it. I needed to face it. Okay, I said, voice shaking, defiant whispers to the empty air. I know you're here. Show yourself. The air in the hallway seemed to shimmer, to darken. A shape began to resolve itself out of the gloom. At first it was the familiar silhouetted shape of an old man. It was a tall, maybe 7 foot, even with its hunched posture. Its arms were long, the gnarled 3-jointed fingers of its hands brushing against the floorboard. Its body was covered with a thick, matted, greasy, black fur. And then it lifted its head, and I saw its face. It wasn't a man. It was the long, narrow, bearded head of a goat. Its horns were thick and curved, spiraling back from its now narrow skull. But the worst part, the part that finally completely broke my mind, was its eyes. They weren't the dumb, placid eyes of a farm animal. They weren't a pair of intelligent, ancient. They were a pair of intelligent, ancient, and utterly malevolent yellow eyes. The pupils, horizontal slits like a serpent, and they were looking directly at me. A gaze returned. The 10th mark. The final sign. My mother's guardian angel. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. A solid, immovable ball of pure terror. We just stared at each other for an eternity across 20 feet of the brightly lit living room. And then its ancient yellow eyes, I saw it. The same serene, peaceful, knowing look that my mother had on her face when she died. It was my protector, my guardian. It had been with me, a silent, unseen shadow for the past 2 months. It cleared the path for me. It saved me from the fall. It frightened away the dog. And now that I've seen it, it no longer feels the need to hide. I am writing this now from my desk. The sun had come up. The sun has come up, but it brought no comfort, because it's still here. It's standing in the corner of my room by the door. It's stooped, hairy black hole in the morning. Excuse me. Its stooped, hairy form, a black hole in the morning light. It hasn't moved. It just watches. My mother's final words echo in my head. I've never been afraid. He's always been with me. What do I do? How do you escape a guardian angel? How do you run from a protector that will never, ever let any harm come to you, but whose presence is a fate worse than death? And that was my dying mother promised her guardian angel would protect me. I've seen it now, and I don't think it's an angel. What do you guys think? Atmosphere in that one was good? Yeah. Rollback in the opening line was good. Yeah, it was good. You like that one? I'm gonna be honest. I don't see the problem. It sounds like you have a really cool guardian angel. And it sounds like your mom got used to the apparent aura of terror that she has on them. He's just a chill guy. You know what I mean? He's just like a chill guy. I feel like he'd probably jump scare me. So like imagine I imagine I'm hanging out with my friends with an ice cream, and then like I turn the corner and I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, and I drop my ice cream, but he like catches it and puts it in my hand, and my friends are just like, what happened? And she's like, my bad. And then, you know, I feel like that's the worst. I don't know. Like you'd accidentally jump scare yourself with your guardian angel. Otherwise, you know, give him a name. He's just chill in the corner, right? Free therapy. The fear for me was a loss of implied free will. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like this one could also be eldritch in origin. Yeah, there was a bit of that. Like a prophecy ordained, can't get away. Too personal to be eldritch? It's fair. Pixie reads a horror story. This is a little eldritch horror, guys. That's, yeah. Every single time. Of course. What do you mean? What do you mean? Eldritch is so guarded even though it's hard to do well. I agree. I agree. Don't explain anything. Don't, if anything, if I had to critique the story, I think they should have made the presence a little worse. Like he had an aura of dread. I don't think he should have been goat shaped. I feel like that was very generic to be goat shaped. What if he had like the face of the indescribable face of 1,000 stars or something, right? That's leading way more into Eldritch. If they didn't want to do that, they were just like, oh, demon imagery, goat. You know what I mean? Goat theme was heavily used in the 80s and 90s, just like liquid nitrogen. Whoa. feel like it would just be scary. Also, I feel like I wouldn't get half the signs. So, I don't know if I would be, like, immune to that sort of prophecy, right? But, like, I feel like I wouldn't remember them. And then, like, if I had an extra quarter somewhere, I don't think it would even be of note. I don't think, like, oh shit, quarter in my pocket, nice. And then I'd move on with my life, you know? If I heard it, maybe it's because I'm a city slicker. If I'm walking down the street and I hear a church bell ring, I'm not, like crooning my head to look at the church bell. It's like, oh, a church bell is ringing, right? It's like hearing a siren. It's like, oh, the siren's going off. You know what I mean? That would have been much better. The go is a little generic if I had to give criticism, which was not asked for, but I don't think I'd noticed half the signs. You know, I am so fucking, I have such negative perception. I don't think I'd even notice the cart being out of the way. I am being dead ass. I would, okay, so this is me going to the hallway. Oh shit, something in the way. I move around. Oh fuck, I forgot my wallet. Go get my wallet. Go to the bathroom. Not even remembering, not even realizing, even remembering the cart was existing. Oh my god. We're solid nitrogen then? Yeah. I saw the first It movie. I thought it was, well, the remake of the It movie. I thought it was pretty good. It didn't make me want to see the second It movie, but apparently there's an It show that's really good. You know? All right, anyone have any other questions before we move on to the next story, which I have not decided yet? Why are we alive? To spread hope and whimsy. Why else? I bought a game that doesn't exist. It tells me I have 3 days to live. There's a reason Miss Howley gives out the best candy on Halloween. It's bait. I found a list of instructions on how to survive the entity. The entity was me. Anything? What do you guys think? Sure, which one? Sure, what? Entity 1, subversion? Okay, sure. This is... I found a list of instructions on how to survive the entity. The entity was me. I had to reread the title a few times until I finally believed what I was reading. Yup, that was my name, alright. I retrieved a Diet Mountain Dew from my mini fridge, letting the tasty bubbles glide down my throat, so I scrolled lower down to my page. The dorm room light were off, and my laptop screen provided the only reprieve from the all-encompassing darkness. It was a normal Friday night. My random dorm mate, Ethan, was probably at some seedy bar, passing off his fake ID and trying to talk to women. Sorry. Thank God. He wasn't more successful, or else I'd have to endure the same number of sexilies that my only real friend Oscar had to. Oscar's roommate had a long-term girlfriend, and they weren't very understanding towards Oscar, kicking him out at least once a week. I pushed for him to talk to the residential life, but he promised me that they wouldn't do anything about it. I looked back at my screen. I spent a lot of Friday nights scrolling the site, losing myself at all the fun and scary stories people made up. This article was different, though. It had been uploaded a few hours ago, so it wasn't talking about it was talking about a deadly entity. Me. Born in 2007, this entity is classified as highly erratic, dangerous, with several confirmed kills, as well as numerous other suspected deaths. If one wishes to avoid certain danger, the following steps must be followed. 1. Do not look into its eyes. His pupils dilate when he's curious, releasing a pheromone that makes it tempting to stare. Warning, his eyes may not always be in the same place in his face. 2. If you hear a rattle on click, he is near. Play dead. You must have your face pointing towards the sky, eyes closed. If you are inside, do everything in your power to get outside before it's too late. Number 3. If your arm hair follicles dig deeper into your skin, he is flying overhead. It will feel extremely uncomfortable, maybe even painful, depending on how hairy your arms are. But this is the natural evolutionary reaction for survival. It might be wise to trim some of your arm hair. It would be a mistake to trim them all, as you would lose this line of defense. 4. The screen went white. Sight no longer found. I blinked down at my screen in disgust. Was this some sort of weird joke? Some creative project? Some sort of Chrome extension that changed the name and year for whoever was reading the article? Was this one of my high school friends playing some stupid prank? I pressed refresh at least 5 times. I tried a different browser. I tried my phone. No success. My phone buzzed to life. A phone call from Oscar. I went and turned on my light. A little too paranoid to be chilling in the dark. Hello? I croaked. Yo, dude, you down to smoke? Emmett and his girlfriend already took over the room. I hesitate before answering. Oscar. Yeah, what up, bro? Do you mind looking something up for me really fast? After a short pause. Why can't you look it up? It's not working on my phone or my laptop. I'm not sure it would be any different, but I guess I could check something out. Thanks, bro. Can you look up... I told him the name of the site. He had me spell it out for him. Sorry, Wyatt, Oscar responded. This site won't load for my phone either. What is that site even about? Sounds weird. I'll tell you about it later. Want to meet up at our usual spot? See you there, he replied before hanging up the phone. I grabbed a coat. Oscar and I went to school in Washington, and it got a little chilly this time of year. I was still a little on edge from the website, but I figured it could be a lot of edge melt away in 30 minutes when I saw Oscar. I debated siphoning off of Ethan's vodka in a water bottle, but I decided against it. I think he was still suspicious of the last time I did that. Oscar and I found a patch of woods that weren't monitored during our first month on campus. It was only around 15 minutes from my door and just under 20 minutes from Oscar's. I popped in some AirPods and strolled over to the woods, trying to find a logical explanation for the website. Ultimately, I decided it wasn't worth the stress as I arrived at our spot. The area lit dimly by a few streetlights, but still giving us our anonymity. Hey, just got to the spot, I texted Oscar. I sat on the grass, refreshing the site with no luck, when I heard feet shuffling nearby. Oscar? I asked aloud. With no response, I heard the shuffling get louder. Who's there? I stuttered. I saw Oscar's red curls push into my field of vision. He was shaking, but gave me a sympathetic smile. Sorry about that. Were you trying to find me? He replied, plopping down next to the grass next to me. You got the stuff? I asked, maybe a little too eagerly, bordering on impatient. What was with that website earlier? Oscar said abruptly. Oh, I felt my face blushing. I can tell you about it while we smoke. I forced out a chuckle. I think we should check it again, right? There was no humor in Oscar's voice. We definitely can later. I mean, we have all night. My heart started beating more rapidly. Let's just check it now, Oscar commanded. That moment, I realized he didn't seem to come with his usual backpack of supplies. Anxiously, I reached for my phone and reloaded the site. What does it say now? Oscar inquired with a grin. The site seemed to have come back to life. I started to speak aloud. Number 4, never ask a question. He can only ask questions. Speak in definitive statements when speaking to the entity. My left arm began to twitch, itchy at first, until I suddenly felt a sharp pain spreading deep into my skin. Ah! I cried out, soothing my arm with my other hand. Are you okay? Oscar's eyes twinkled as he dipped his head closer. I'm fine, it's just... I rubbed my arm. I looked down at my skin. I couldn't see my hair, but it felt like needles were prickling on my arm. I looked back at my screen. If your hair follicles dig deeper into your skin, he is flying overhead. I looked up in a panic. Then I heard it. Rattle. Click. Oscar, play dead. Close your eyes. Just play dead, close your eyes, I said in a frantic panic. You're acting weird, don't you think? I didn't care what he thought. I rolled over to my stomach, forcing my eyes shut, not moving a muscle. I felt my lips trembling. Oscar, don't ask any questions. We can't ask questions. I peeked out with an eye towards him. He was still sitting upright, looking at me with confusion. I heard something stomping nearby. Oscar, please, for the love of God, just do what I say. Hey, who are you? Oscar asked. Rattle. Click. Don't you recognize me? The voice felt familiar. Something I'd only heard in videos of myself or voice memos. Your eyes, Oscar replied, before I heard a rush of intense breathing. I heard something thud on the ground. I lay there motionless for 5 minutes, as the stomping seemed to circle our path before I didn't hear any more noises. I peeked towards where Oscar had been. He was gone. Oscar, I can't see you, I whisper shouted. I carefully crept up to the feet, pulling my phone out to find the article. Number 5. If a friend disappears with the entity near, the entity has grabbed them. They will still appear. Do not trust them. Do not reason with them. Do not contact the police. Return home within an hour, and if... The article cut off. Not because of a site crash this time, but the article had literally stopped. I looked into the forest. I saw Oscar about 50 feet away. His face basked in the light. His head jolted to the side, eyes rolled up towards the sky, mouth open. His hands were held straight out to the side as if he were being crucified on a cross. I took a few paces backwards from him, and I saw his whole body began to shake. Oscar's jaw began to unhinge, stretching wider than a human mouth should. A gray arm suddenly pushed out from between his teeth, fingers splaying as they gripped the corner of his mouth from the inside. The flesh of his cheek pulled taut, straining like rubber about to snap. But it didn't snap. It kept stretching. Another arm thrust out, and this one gripping Oscar's lower jaw, wrenching it further down. His mouth yawned open, impossibly wide, his face distorting as the skin around his lip and cheek stretched paper thin, almost translucent. And a head emerged. Pale gray, bulbous, with eyes that didn't belong in any socket. It pushed through Oscar's gaping mouth, and as it did, Oscar's entire face stretched around it like a latex mask being pulled over a balloon. Oscar's bodies began to collapse inward, deflating. His arms, his torso seemed to fold and compress as the entity pulled itself free, using its stretched skin like a discarded costume. It was peeling off from the inside. The body crumbled to the ground like a heap of loose, empty flesh, boneless, flattened, like clothes left on the floor's floor. The gray skin faded into the same orangish pale as mine. The entity sprouted raven black hair, the unique trait my mom would use to spot me in a crowd of people. In the half second before I looked away and sprinted, it was clear. It was me. But it was wrong. The site said I had half an hour, but I made it back to the dorm faster than I ever had before. It was probably chasing me. I didn't bother looking back. I heard my voice floating behind me. Can't you turn around? Don't you want to meet? When I got to the dorm, I nearly barreled over the people in the hallway. I didn't care what they thought of me. I had to get back. I rippled open my door before slamming it shut. Ethan was sitting on the bed, a Miller Lite in hand. Dude, what's wrong with you? He slurred out. Didn't bother to answer. I raced over to my laptop, clicked refresh, and screwed down to the author. I clicked his profile and typed out, "Your article stopped. The entity has my name. It got my friend. It chased me. How do I escape?" I prayed for a response as Ethan continued to ramble on with questions. My heart kept pounding as tears began to well up in my eyes. Knock. Knock. My eyes shot towards the door. I looked over at Ethan. He slowly turned his body and rose to his feet. "Ethan, don't answer that door!" I screamed. He looked at me confused as he took a sloppy step forward. "I swear to God, Ethan!" I cried out. "You answer that door and we are both going to die!" Ethan hesitated before flopping back on his bed. Knock. Knock. Ethan looked longingly at the door. I did too. Even though I knew that a monster was waiting beside that door, something else in me wanted to, no, needed to open it. Ethan shot back up and rushed towards the door. I tackled him, easily overpowering him in a drunken stupor. I heard something in the hallway stomp away. "Stop being a freak! What is wrong with you?" he asked as I sat over him. I heard my laptop ding. I forced Ethan up and shoved him back into his bed. The author had responded. "If it knocks, let it in. It will knock twice, 2 times. Listen to your instincts. Answer the door. If you ignore him and do not answer, he will find another way in." I stared at my screen, my stomach dropping. I had wanted to open it. Every fiber of my being screamed to open that door, but I hadn't. Something scratched inside the wall. that was the end of. I found a list of instructions how to survive the entity. The entity was me. The only me is me. Are you sure the only you is you? He drank the boneless juice? Me when I drank the boneless juice? Survive the entity, you need to embrace it. I don't know, that was really confusing all over the place, but I guess it's the point of surviving of SCPs. Something that's interesting, every character only asked questions. So maybe you wonder, was everyone the whole time, were they possessed and stuff? It was okay. Yeah, it was all right. I wasn't I was all right.
There in front, but you guys are real people. You're moving and.
How is that happening? Chat, was that one of you? Good ending could have brought it up to like an 8, that's fair. Okay, let's see here. understood the garden. We misunderstood the Garden of Eden, but it's 4 parts. Maybe the man in my attic. The night that wouldn't end. Every year I received an unmarked envelope for Halloween. My town had a food drive every year called Help Feed Bobby. All right, let's do Help Feed Bobby. Okay. Hope this is good. Please be good. Please be good for it. This is the story. I fucked it up. This is the story. My town had a food drive every year called Help Feed Bobby by Trey Blowski on Reddit. No sleep. My hometown was an odd place. We had a video store that never had movies I wanted, a convenience store whose slushie machine was always broken, and a yearly food drive with a weird name. Help Feed Bobby. If you're thinking, who's Bobby? You had something in common with 10-year-old me. Every other kid in the town, and the people just passing through the time the food drive was active. We did ask our parents, teachers, and basically any adult why it was called that, but the standard answer was that Bobby was meant to represent children whose parents couldn't afford food regularly. The other one was that Bobby is meant to be an acronym. But when pressed what B-O-B-B-Y is supposed to spell out, they always found a way to stop or change the conversation. For the longest time, most of the information we received from that end of the drive, some people would volunteer to take all the donated food to its intended destination, and then around the same time the following year, it would start all over again. One day, my dad came home and told my mom that he was going to have to drive out next Sunday, as he had volunteered to help deliver the food donated to its recipients. I tried to ask him where the food was going and if I could come with him, but he shot both questions down with a, "Sorry, sport, grown-ups only." I wanted to know so badly that I came up with a plan. On the day he was supposed to deliver the food, my dad came home with a truck full of donation boxes. As sneakily as I could, I stuck into the back of the truck, emptied the contents of one of the boxes, and ducked down inside. I realized that the chances of being caught were high, but I didn't care. I wanted to see where all the food went every year. After about an hour, I heard the truck start and it felt to move. I wanted to poke my head out and see, but I knew my dad could just check the rearview mirror and spot me. After possibly another 3 hours, I felt like the truck come to a stop. I heard my dad get out of his truck and some of the other volunteers getting out of their cars. I couldn't really hear the conversation at the time. I did feel someone grabbing the box I was in. "Damn, what's in this? Watermelons and ham?" He continued to grumble as he carried the box somewhere I couldn't see. It was maybe 45 minutes before he finally placed the box down. I got excited. I could finally see where the food went to. I waited until I didn't hear any more footsteps before I exited the box and looked around. It was a large cavern. I saw what I presumed was the entrance, the place was lit by what I assume were battery-operated lights with boxes of donated food stacked everywhere. Looking out of the other side, I saw a cliff. Walking to it, I looked over the cliff. I don't know how deep it went. I just knew it was at least the size of a football
A
stadium.
new Michael
God
store is
damn
now
it.
open near you. Discover your source for all things creative. From
Ahem. I didn't know how deep it went. I just knew it was the size of a football stadium. I kept thinking to myself, what was the point of this food drive? Why bring all of the food to some cave? And for the 1000th time, who is Bobby? I felt the rumbling before I heard it. And then I saw the cavern begin to shake violently. Looking down, I saw something begin to emerge from the darkness. It looked like the beginning of a bright orange beak. From there, a head only slightly smaller than the hole itself took form. Imagine if a turtle head was covered in spikes, and then you'd have a beginning of what this head looked like. I stopped at about 15 feet from the top of the edge of the cliff and began to open its large beak. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't know what the thing was going to do. For all I know, it was going to breathe fire or grab me like some kind of frog tongue. And then it'd just stand there, like it was waiting for something. That's when I realized this was Bobby. This thing came up here. It knows someone will feed it because it's been fed every year for God knows how long. And the only thing... And this was only its head and neck. I couldn't fathom how big the rest of Bobby was. My fascination and horror was cut short by the sound of my dad and other volunteers coming back to the cave path. I ran back over to the box I was hiding in, but realized I could probably start with that one, so I went to the stack of them near the entrance and crouched down next to it. The plan was, once they all walked past, I was going to run back and hide in my dad's truck. The voices and footsteps became audible as my dad and the other volunteers returned. Okay, that should be the last of it. I'm gonna get a break for another year. I wish we could just cover everything in cyanide. Nice wish. There's not enough poison on the planet for that. Then I heard my dad. He sounded nervous. Even if it worked, how do we know that that body won't stink up the whole town? Wait, I see its head. Then I heard my dad's first time seeing Bobby. Jesus Christ. I could hear the terror in my dad's voice. I almost wanted to run out of hiding and go hug him. Let him know that I saw it too and that he wasn't alone in his fear, but I knew that could make things bad for both of us. Another volunteer disregarded my dad's terror and nonchalantly remarked, "Let's get started. Just grab a box and throw it at this thing's mouth." I watched as they all started grabbing boxes and taking them to the edge. When it looked like all of their backs were turned, I quietly snuck into the entrance and then ran back to the mouth of the cave. From there, I saw my dad's truck and made the way back. A few weeks later, I was at the library trying to see if there was any information about Bobby. I should have expected my town wouldn't keep records about a giant turtle monster living underneath it. But what was there was still helpful. The monster was most likely named after the town's father, Bobby Robertson. During times of famine, the town was prone to tremors and was nearly destroyed during the Great Depression by a sudden magnitude 3 earthquake. My guess that the townsfolk at the time decided they needed the food more than Bobby. My guess is that the townsfolk at the time decided they needed the food more than Bobby, and he voiced his disapproval. I don't think my dad ever figured out I was there with him that night, but I made a point to spend more time with him, though I had to pretend that I wasn't scared of turtles now. The next year, he did not volunteer to assist with help feed Bobby. In fact, he got a promotion at work, and we had to move away because of it. For the past 22 years, I was able to let help feed Bobby slowly fade into my memories. Until a few days ago, when I was struck by nostalgia for my old hometown, and I started looking into what had happened since we moved. My hometown doesn't exist anymore. At some point in 2005, the town collapsed and sunk into the ground. The official explanation was that there was multiple caves under the town, and a long overdue mass cave-in had finally happened. It was hard to find any more information about what the town was like before the cave-in, but the most relevant piece of information came from a Facebook group for it. I learned that new people had replaced the previous town council in 2004, and the same year they voted to end the Help Feed Bobby food drive. And that's the end of the story. My town had a food drive every year called Help Feed Bobby. I wonder what happened. Do you think it was aliens? Do you think the government came in? Maybe everyone moved away. That's not an ending. I hate this. The town's gone. What'd you guys think? What did you guys think? Stephen King vibes. Ooh. Which Stephen King? Good question, good question. How would have you ended that story? Chat? How would you have ended that story? It or Dark Tower, how do they describe it? Yeah, just the head of a turtle. What was he doing there? What was he doing? You rewrote how I would want to end it. That's fair. I've had him go back to his town and see nothing but dirt runs, a building, and signs. Everything in the town was all gone. Oh, like did it even happen in the first place? Drive to see himself. Look up a creepypasta called Heavy Rain. Do we want to take suggestions? I don't know. Yeah, on suggestions? Okay. Heavy Rain like the game? I assume not. Creepypasta, Heavy Rain. Estimated read time 36 minutes. Is that it? Rebecca Madison. A lot of advertisements on this page. That one? Actually, I should pee first. This background music is kind of banging, I think. I'm not killing people. I'm killing boys. I should be Jennifer's body. Chat, I should be Jennifer's body. You know what I mean? Where did you share on the Discord? Aha! Yeah, I have that one. Okay. Let me pee, because it's a 36-minute story, and then I'll be back real quick. Okay, BRB. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Pent. How you doing? Welcome in. We're about to read a really long 40-minute story. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious to read. Hold on. There we go. I am so excited to play Resident Evil tomorrow. I don't know why. I haven't played the game before, so I guess I just really want to get into it. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm excited too. Dope. I'll be late, but I'll be there, get off work tomorrow. It's okay. The VOD's gonna be great. Amazing. All right. Let's begin. This is Heavy Rain, the creepypasta. It was supposed to be an uneventful day, but overhead the clouds churned and plotted. Rebecca Madison saw and heard the roaring of the wind against her car, but she didn't care. It was warm inside. So what did the fierce cold outside have to do with her? It didn't matter. There was only 2 things that mattered to Rebecca at that moment. The first was the clock and the numbers on it. 7:46 it read. It was 7:46 on a Monday morning, and she needed to be at her desk at SMC, a pharmaceutical, at SMC, pneumatics manufacturer, by 8 o'clock. Okay, just read that over again. It was 7:46 in the morning. It was 7:46 on a Monday morning, and she needed to be at her desk at SMC, a pneumatics manufacturer, by 8 o'clock. Her drive had another 15 minutes to go, at least. And that's hoping at all odds she could hit every green light. She knew that it wouldn't happen, but she didn't worry. Not yet. She was still far in the country. The road before her, behind her, was empty. She pushed the speedometer from 65 to 70. She worked relations. Not glamorous, but it was all she had, and she was damn good at it. Lately, however, she'd been pushing her luck. She made arriving late a bad habit. Well, it's easy when you're never noticed. It wasn't consistent, not every day, but at least twice a week she slipped under the radar of the bell. The game had changed when her supervisor noticed, and since their little talk last week, everything got a little complicated. Everything was too complicated as of late. That was thanks, majorly, to her other concern back home, her mother. Rebecca had never married. She lived alone. For many years, that was perfect. And she thought it would be no hassle at all when for her mother to move in with her. It had been right before her father died. Excuse me. It had been right after her father died, and she couldn't bear the thought of her mother alone. No home besides hers would do. And as the years went by, she started to wonder if it had been worth it. Her mother, nearing an impressive 95 years of age, come next April, was a very smart woman. Rebecca saw her that morning. The only issue was that her mother could no longer retain that spark. Her mother had fallen prey to the sundowner syndrome, and every morning she was still the woman she remembered, sans the folds in her face. But come night, the very sight of her was more disheartening. It was nearly unbearable. Rebecca didn't want to use the word, but it was an annoyance. That's why Rebecca always ran so late. She enjoyed seeing her mother in the morning, dreading the state she'd find... Jesus Christ. This text is like hard to read. Hold on. That's why Rebecca always ran so late. She enjoyed seeing her mother in the morning, dreading the state she'd come home to find her in. And there was too much to manage. She had to lock the doors and hide the keys so she wouldn't wander outside. There were so many medications. She had to let her into the bathroom and get her dressed. She promised that she would never put her in a home, and now that promise was more solidified than ever. Rebecca knew that she would never see her mom in the mornings again if she was to do that. It was hard, but Rebecca and her mother did her best. She was determined to do so for as long as they had left. The thought came to her that morning as it did every morning. She should call her mother, talk to her just a little bit more before the day ruined her. That's all she would need. Her mother didn't need to be physically strong to help lift the weight of depression from her shoulders. But as she received her purse, she realized her phone had never left the bedside that morning. It had been neglected in her panic to get out the door. It made her tear up in frustration rather than sadness. All she could do was sit in the white noise of the radio and watch the endless fields of dead corn roll by. She pushed the speedometer again, up to 75, and the radio came into the forefront of her mind. Her ear clung to it, out of the blue. But honestly, she didn't hear it. Still unsure of the scope of the events. All that's known at this time is that the Chinese government had declared a state of national emergency. At the moment, China has released no official details of the events that have transpired over the last 24 hours. And they have ignored all of the UN's offers to assist them. No sources have yet been able to confirm any further details as communication with the troubled nation has grown difficult, with many intelligence satellites showing major power outages within the nation's borders. An abundance of rumors, however, has started circulating around that stretch from incredibly believable to the utterly impossible. While the intelligence community has flat out denied a majority of these rumors, it's hard not to notice that a lot of them sound incredibly similar to one that started circulating last week about Somalia, where Rebecca turned the radio from AM to FM. She was in no mood for news that morning. She preferred music. She allowed herself to get lost in it. The country song fit her surroundings like a puzzle piece. The silo grew closer on her right-hand side. A picturesque farmhouse nestled in the right beside it. A picturesque farmhouse nestled right beside it. And on the left side, she spotted an older blue Ford pickup coming towards her carrying a horse trailer. The sights of Ohio. She felt much younger. And that's all she wanted. The moment was so perfect that it had perfectly distracted her from her red, raccoon-sized mass that landed on the road ahead. With a bang, her tire was shredded. Only once before had Rebecca felt a tire blow, and she had been 7 at the time. Her father was at the wheel, and she remembered how calmly he'd handle it. He gritted his teeth, willed the truck to stay on the road. He tensed up, but he handled it expertly. That's the only way he could do things. She wished she passed that on to That's the only way he could do things, and she wished he'd passed that on to her. She screamed, and instinctively she jerked the wheel to the right. The car skidded and hit gravel. She overcorrected again, just barely managing to save her car from sliding into the ditch that hugged the side of the road. The car skimmed onto the oncoming lane, spinning to face the way that she had come from as she slammed on the brakes. She gritted her teeth, expecting more. Mercifully, her car came to a stop without further incident. Everything came to a stop except her heart. It was pounding faster than it had in nearly 5 years. She remembered the truck, but about 10 seconds too late had it still be an issue. Fortunately, it was no longer an issue. The man driving the truck had managed to stop about 2 car lengths away. He was already on foot, and he almost got to her door to knock on the knuckles of the glass. The knock of his knuckles on the glass brought her back to reality. "Hey, miss," he asked, concerned. "You all right?" She eyed the older man. He was thin as a twig, with a bushy mustache and a sun-dried face. His eyes squinted down at her as she nodded in affirmation. He nodded back. My phone's in the truck. Hold on, I'll be right back. With that, he turned and hustled to his truck car. As he searched, she relieved herself with a seatbelt. She felt like she had been punched in the chest by a gorilla. Her head was heavy. She realized she was dizzy as she took the first step out of the car. It was like she was walking on jelly. Gripping the door with white knuckles, she fought against the fierce wind. It threatened to at least knock her on the ass, if not carry her away altogether. She closed her eyes, held on, and took several deep breaths. It would have helped her calm down a great deal had the old farmer not accidentally started her when he returned. He must have seen it in her eyes because he quickly apologized. Sorry, are you okay? Yes, she said, trying to convince herself more than him. I'm fine. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Did I spook your horses? I stopped in plenty of time, miss. It's an empty trailer. Horses are about 10 miles down the road. It's okay. Your tires blow out? She wasn't too sure. Everything was spinning. I think so. Oh, shit, I hope not. I don't have a spare. It's okay, miss. The farmer chuckled as he put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be just fine. Let's go check out the damage. He was very kind to her. The farmer cautiously and supportively guided her by the arm, making sure to correct her every step. They took their time as they moved around the front of the car. Sure enough, when they reached the right side of the wheel, there had been almost nothing left on the rim. The rubber had been shredded. It looked as if she'd driven through a field of razor wire. Whew, the farmer said. Your tire's seen some better days, I reckon. Shaking her head in disbelief, Rebecca felt like vomiting. The wind continued to assault her face with a frigid, ungodly cold. The farmer didn't seem to mind it as much. His focus was back on the road, towards the rest of her tire. We should go clear that from the road, he said. She begrudgingly went along. It had nothing to do with him. She just wanted to be inside the warm embrace of her car's heater again. The damn marshmallow of a coat she was wearing didn't do anything to help. She took out the fuzzy black glove she kept in her pocket and slipped it over her hands. The warmth didn't come fast enough for comfort. Comfort was knowing that she now had an excuse for being late, that she had taken a load off. She realized she'd have to prove it. The situation made it difficult with her lack of a phone. Thanks for your help, Mr. She intentionally trailed off, hoping he'd fill in the blank. Sanders, he replied. Bill Sanders. It's absolutely no problem at all, miss. Madison. Rebecca Madison, she said, shivering. Does your phone have a camera on it by chance? He eyed her and smoked. He held up his black smartphone. Just because I'm old didn't mean that I don't... Sorry, she interjected, chuckling with him. I didn't mean anything by it. Just giving you a hard time, miss. What about the camera? Well, I left my phone at home. Another wind struck her and shook her. And I was wondering if I could help me out and take some pictures, you know, for my boss mainly. I hear you. I think we'll be able to come to an agreement. They were almost at the remains of her tire. The tattered remains sat about 50 yards away from her, where her gray Civic had stopped. The rubber had peeled right off her rim. The tread still face down, and the torn strands of rubber curled upwards like flower petals. Hey, looks like it stuck the landing, Phil said, eyeing the rubber. He bent downwards and gripped the other side of the strip. He tried to stand with it, but he couldn't lift it. Both ends came up, but the middle held fast to the road like it was glued there. With a huff, he tried again. What in the world? He asked the third try, grunting cough. He scoffed. Holy crap! What did you hit? I have no idea, Rebecca said, hugging her chest. I didn't see anything. One second the tire was there, and the next it wasn't. She hesitated with the last word as Phil tried to fourth time because she saw something under the rubber. She only got a peek, but it could see that it was red. Hold on, she said. Looks like it was stuck on something. Stuck? What do you mean stuck? On what, super glue? Rebecca looked every which way, checking for traffic. With the coast clear here, she urged Mr. Sanders to try again. When she did, she saw the red mass again. It looked like a giant piece of bubble gum at first. She was dumbfounded. She got on her knees. It's stuck on something gooey. Gooey, you say? Phil put the rubber back down and got on his knees with Rebecca. He shined his phone's flashlight into the rubber. It certainly was a gooey mass stuck to the tire. It was wet and rank. The wind carried the stench right to Rebecca's nose. And the vomit she'd been holding back almost came back. The smell was thick and hot. It was the smell of rot. Looks like you hit a raccoon or something, said Phil, backing away. Goddamn fresh one, too. That's weird, though. The tire, I don't know why it was stuck to him. Never seen anything like that before. I haven't either, she said. Her right hand clasped over her mouth. I didn't see any fur on it. It just looked like meat. Yeah, if you hit them hard enough, that's what they look like. I'm going to call ahead and call the state boys real fast. We're going to need someone a little younger than both of us to take care of this mess. You know what I mean. With a smile, he escorted her back to his car. He continued talking as he dialed his phone. I think we should get an EMT out here to check on you. No thanks, I'm fine, she said, grinning to assure him. She didn't want the hassle. I think the state boys will want to too. Might as well just ask now, just get everything here at once, he said, trying to coax her. Maybe, but I'm telling you I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. You want to make the call? He offered. I'll let you decide. I don't want to speak for you one way or another. He smiled and handed her the phone, which she took hesitantly. Thank you, she said as she took the phone. It's no problem. Now, let's see what we could do about that tire first. I think I might have a jack in my... His question was cut off by a loud thud that came from her car. On her now dented hood sat a large bulbous mass the size of a college textbook. Whatever it was held the same consistency as the thing that had hit her tire. Given a clear look at it, it looked as though it had been chewed up and spat out. Rebecca looked up and saw nothing but the clouds. She didn't know what she expected to see, but she had hoped for some clue. This thing didn't just fall out of the sky. It couldn't have. What in God's name? Phil asked, moving towards it. He could only get so close where he had to pull an undershirt over his nose. Was that there before? Rebecca asked, trying to rationalize the blob's presence. I don't think so. I think it just fell into your car, but where did it come from? God, it reeks! Step by step, Rebecca brought herself closer to the appalling mass. Her stomach churned faster than the angry clouds above. Whatever it was, whatever it used to be, there was no evidence of it now. It resembled nothing natural that she could think of. It was just a figureless blob. A red stream of liquid ran off it, slowly dripping down the hood of the car. She pushed the notion that it could be blood from her head. Blood from what? It wasn't meat. Was it? The only part that wasn't blood red struck out of the top. The only part that wasn't blood stuck out of the top like a spine. It was small, white, whereas the rest of the mass seemed soft to the touch. This part was obviously solid. When she got closer, Rebecca saw that it split in two. White prongs. Rebecca took a step back. With her mind gave the protrusion a name. Is that a tooth? She asked, even though she was confident in her assessment. She didn't know what the blob was, but the protrusion was very obviously the root of a tooth. Possibly a human tooth. Phil didn't have the chance to answer before Rebecca finally let loose her stomach on the black asphalt. She proceeded to collapse beside it, her head spinning and pounding. It can't be, Phil said, the voice shocking less playful than it had been. That's not. There was another thud. This time. Am I barely audible? There was another thud. This time, however, it came from the fields. It was accompanied by a sickening crunch. Rebecca didn't want to see it, but she did. Dead stalks were flung into the air above it. Then, before the stalks settled, another blob dropped besides amongst the hunks of corn. Pieces of corn stalks stuck to the side and held fast. The mass rolled and jiggled. Background music's a little loud. Crank that shit. Your loud reactions to things don't bother me. Can't really crank. I'll lower the desktop audio, I guess. I thought it was fine. It was fine a couple hours ago. Okay. Increase the gain on my microphone a little bit. Rebecca didn't want to see it, but she did. Dead stalks were flung into the air above it. Then, before the stalk settled, another blob dropped beside it. Amongst the hunks of corn, pieces of corn stalks stuck to the side and held fast. The mass rolled and jiggled, recovering from the force of impact. More followed. Another piece fell, behind them this time. It struck nearly 200 yards from the road. Before that one even settled, another one hit the road behind Phil's truck. Rebecca had watched as the pieces fell straight down from the sky above. No arch. It hadn't been chucked. It had been dropped. Another piece reached the row of barren trees beyond the field to her left. The weight of the blob snapped the higher branches. She couldn't see where it landed, if it had landed at all. One struck the top of the silo, causing it to ring loudly, the side echoing inside the structure. The piece stayed there, holding atop of the silo's dome with ease. It had stuck like glue. Rebecca looked up to the sky. Overhead as clouds swirled and fought. The blobs fell from somewhere beyond them. They started as black ink drops against the gray skyline, but as they plummeted, they took on the color and grew into the disgusting blobs and outlittered the landscape. All around them, the drops came faster and faster. The horrors of it struck Rebecca as pieces fell not 1 yard from her hand. A warm, red liquid splattered across her face. The sky was raining flesh. "Get up," Phil said, looking to the sky with caution and distrust. He turned back to Rebecca. "Miss Madison, please, get up now. You need to get into your car before..." Out of pure cosmic irony, a large chunk of flesh, almost the size of a pillow, struck Mr. Sanders on his right shoulder. The impact yanked him towards the ground, but he took the hit. He miraculously managed to stay on his feet, but that didn't stop him from screaming. "Oh my God!" Rebecca exclaimed, quickly getting to her feet and rushing over to his side. The thing was still stuck to his arm. The unholy thing had molded itself around his shoulder and arm. It formed a grotesque cast, pinning his arm to the side. Extensions from the impact had splattered out, stuck to his face and chest. He wheezed in pain. "I think it broke my damn shoulder. Ah, get off! Get it off!" he begged her. "Yeah, hold on," Rebecca said. Watching the sky with every second, the rain of flesh fell faster, heavier. With every second, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, increasingly terrified that the next one would strike atop her head. She pictured it wrapping around her face, smothered her in rotting darkness. She turned her attention to the injured old man. Putting Mr. Sanders' phone in her pockets, she reached slowly after the disgusting mass stuck to She turned her attention to the injured old man. Putting Mr. Sanders' phone into her pockets, she reached slowly for the disgusting mass stuck out like a leech to his shoulder. She forced her glove hand into that thing, gripped it tight, and as she did, her fingers slowly just started to sink inward. She winced as the unwelcome warmth soaked into her gloves. Mr. Sanders brought his other hand up to help. It sunk in deep. She took a deep breath, inhaling the unfortunate amount of stench, and gave a good pull. She managed to yank Mr. Sanders forward, but the mass didn't bulge. It was stuck to him like glue. With another tug, she realized her hand was stuck there too. "Harder!" Phil pleaded through the pain. "Pull it harder!" "My hands!" Rebecca said, panics. "My hands are stuck!" Just once she tried to wiggle her finger free, but they were stuck inside the blob. She tried again, downward this time. She pulled with all she had, but all it did was pull Mr. Sanders off his feet. He struck the asphalt hard, and she nearly came with him. They accomplished nothing. Mr. Sanders grimaced and tears started to flow down his face as she pulled back up. Rebecca saw that it wasn't worried, so she set about trying to free herself. She didn't want to, but her survival instincts were in full gear. They struggled. They couldn't. She twisted, pulled, but the revolting thing was held on faster than anything she's seen. She tried pulling with her left hand, but she pushed her hand. She tried pulling with her left hand, and she pushed with her right. Her left glove gave, and part of her hand came free. She realized she could pull her hands out of her gloves. "Please try again," Mr. Sanders begged pitifully. He could barely keep his eyes open. His shoulder was discolorated at the very least, and she knew it. There was nothing she could do alone to pull that mass off his arm. All that mattered now for both of them is that they find cover quickly. She fought against the glove to free her hand. The pounding of that rain grew faster and heavier. Another piece struck her car, right on top of the cab. 3 struck Mr. Sanders' truck, all of them far too close for comfort. Mr. Sanders didn't realize what Rebecca was doing until it was too late. "No," he said, shaking his head. "No, please don't. Please try again. Please, it stings. It stings." She ripped her hand free of the glove, and with a grunt, as a chunk smacked against her windshield, it was the size of a car tire. "I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do right now. We need to get to cover. Back to your truck. Stay there until this is over." She didn't hesitate to turn around and open her door. But Mr. Sanders could only stumble backwards with a limp. He started to pull himself towards his truck. Groaning, he watched the sky through his watery eyes. Scared, Rebecca slammed her door shut as another pounding thud came from the roof. She yelped. She fumbled for her keys. They were in her pocket. That was good. But then she felt something else. A phone. Mr. Sanders' phone. She pulled it out and looked at her rearview mirror. Outside, everything was consuming downpour of flesh. And there was Mr. Sanders limping through. It was by the grace of God that Mr. Sanders got as far as he did. He almost managed to reach the door of his truck. He could have touched it. A smaller drop of flesh the size of a book hits his left foot and glued him to the spot. Rebecca could only watch as he stumbled and fell hard to the ground. He could only lie there on his front to the mercy of the sky above. Rebecca tried to see him out the rear window, but so many drops had accumulated there it was impossible. She could only watch the terrible scene unfold in the mirror. He looked helpless. The pounding of the rain drowned out any sound. She could see his head moving. He was yelling for help. A large chunk of flesh struck his back, breaking it. Another pinned his leg. All the while, Rebecca never moved. She was safe. And her fear kept her rooted in that seat. Had a glob not swallowed the mirror first, she would have witnessed another drop strike him right in the back of his head, delivering his face quickly to the asphalt below. It was an accidental mercy. She started to hyperventilate. She had no idea what to do. The rain outside kept coming and coming. In reality, the rain lasted only a few minutes, but it seemed so much longer. It seemed like it stretched on for hours on end. For that seemingly stretch on forever, all Rebecca could do was scream. She moved to the back seat away from her cracking window and brought her legs close to her chest. She hugged herself as the heavy rain fell over her, consumed her. Soon the drops would cover every inch of her car and its windows. They ate the light. She was left alone in darkness. Long after the barrage outside had ceased, Rebecca cried in darkness. Thankfully, the windows had held back the physical barrage. They could not hold back the stench. It had flooded inside almost instantly, and it threatened to suffocate her then. She didn't even notice it anymore. Eventually, Rebecca was able to move her arms and her feet and her legs, but she didn't want to. The car had protected her, but Rebecca still felt unequivocally surrounded, like a child under the sheets. She didn't want to let one single limb hang free. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Welcome in. We're sharing very scary stories. Starlet, thank you so much for the raid. Impling raid. What's up, Talon? What's up, everybody? What's up, Grimlock? We're telling very scary stories. I'm sorry you guys are in the middle of one of them. We're in the middle. I guess try to piece it together as you go. Star, how was your stream? Were you streaming? I hope you were streaming good stuff. I hope you're good. Hydrate if you have to. Talon, thank you for following. Welcome in. Join the terrified caustic critters in the channel there. Thanks for being a caustic critter. Time to be toxic. Let's go. God fucking damn it. Alien Isolation and Dead by Daylight. Have a good stream. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Okay. Eventually, Rebecca was able to move her arms and her feet and her legs. But she didn't want to. The car had protected her, but Rebecca still felt unequivalent surrounded, like a child under their sheets. She didn't want to let a single limb hang free. The monster might get it. The darkness wasn't total. A dim glow participated between the masses outside. Red light managed to leak through the edges of the blobs, where pieces met. The jagged lines covered her card like lightning. It did her no good. Not nearly enough light to seep through to offer her any illumination. When she couldn't handle the weight of darkness anymore, she reached for Mr. Sanders' phone, which lay face down on the center console. She fumbled for it, accidentally knocked it to the floor. Light flooded out from within. It was blinding, but welcome. After giving her eyes some time to adjust, she searched for the flashlight. She was so thankful that the float had stayed unlocked. She found it, and the entire car was illuminated. She wasn't ready for what she saw. A catastrophic paralysis found her as she beheld the things stuck to the car. Catastrophic paralysis found her as she beheld the things stuck to her car. Pressed tightly against the glass, the things had seemed to embrace her. Most of the glass had, except for the rear window, had nearly shattered. But every crack and shard was held fast in place by the revolting mass. They didn't move. They hung to her car in silent stillness. Rebecca recalled the tales of Jonah and the whale, and she imagined this is how Jonah felt. She had been swallowed alive. She needed to get out. She flipped over. She hesitated to reach on for the door handle. She didn't want to get any closer to the things that had needed her to. Then she flipped over. She hesitated to reach for the door handle. She didn't want to get any closer to the things that she needed to. She pulled, and when she heard the click, she pushed. Her whole body pressed against the door. Her face met the window, but the door didn't bulge. The masses outside held the door like glue. They fought against her. It seemed like they were trying to move a mountain. Rebecca screamed in protest. She couldn't be trapped in there. No, not in here. Panicking, she shoved again. She threw her weight against the door time and time again, but it didn't move. It couldn't. She might as well have been trying to beat her way through a concrete wall. After trying every single door, she found out they all held firm. She was truly trapped, and calling for help wasn't an option. She tried 3 times to dial 911 on Phil's phone. No matter where she was in the car, she couldn't get any signal. The mass had drowned out the light and any hope she had of contacting the outside world. It seemed the car was shrinking by the second. In frustration, she lashed out with her feet. She aimed at the window, hoping maybe it would break. Hopefully the things would fall off instead of in. If they struck without the window, she decided she'd cut her way out. One of the shards had to have been sharp enough. With determination, forceful thrust, she brought her heel to the window. The only thing she almost managed to break was her leg as she hyperextended her knee. The pain returned to her previously curled state. The pain returned her to her previously The pain returned her to her previously curled state. She began to cry and plead for someone to help. What the oh. I was like, who is that man? Holy shit. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. It was a little comedy to break the tension, chat. The pain returned her to her previously curled state. She began to cry and plead for someone to help her. Her instincts told her that if she screamed, then somebody would hear. Somebody would come along. Help would come. Her heart told her it was a lie. And it was. For a while. Soon she grew exhausted. Her voice grew hoarse. Not a single sound came from outside the car. The wind had ceased. And with the rain long ago. And there had been nothing since. No birds, no cars, no people. The silence outside allowed the small crunch outside to be amplified nearly tenfold. She froze and listened. She thought it had been her imagination. But then came another crunch, and then another. She realized it was real. It was the sound of someone stepping on dry leaves. Somebody was definitely moving outside. The crunch approached her car. She had heard him speak. Hello? The voice was older and haggard. It sounded muffled through the bobs. Is anyone there? He didn't have to ask twice. Yes! She screamed, flying to the window. Yes, yes, please help me. I can't get out, please. The man came close to the car. He stopped just outside. You're covered. This shit's almost impossible to move. Holds fast. Give me a minute. It started to dry now. It's starting to dry now. I might have some tools in my house. I'll be right back. Rebecca smiled and thanked God. He must have lived in that house next to the silo. It was all okay. Yes, please, thank you, she said. Almost all at once. The crunches returned. Faster. The man turned away. Relieved, she knew it would all be over soon. Again, the day sought to destroy her expectations. Then the crunching stopped. Rebecca put her ear to the window, trying to listen. The glass was uncomfortably warm into her face. There was nothing but the roar of her own blood in her ears. Then the moan. The moan continued for several seconds before it evolved into a short a gasp. Something had happened to the man. He must have been only 4 or 5 yards from the car. He cursed and grunted. There was a louder crunch that followed the silence. That silence hung on the air. And Rebecca pushed harder against the window and whispered a single, "Hello?" under her breath. Then the moment was shattered by a scream. Rebecca pulled her face from the window as if she'd been burned. What? She asked, panicked. What happened? Are you okay? Are you okay? She was clueless. Had the man fallen? Maybe he rolled his ankle and fallen. But could that cause him so much pain? His scream was primal like a wounded animal. And it ended for a moment. It was just long enough for the man to take a quick breath, and then he continued. The yell increasing in volume and pitch. What? She pleaded. What is it? Please tell me. Are you okay? Talk to me. He did. In a raspy, shrill, and pained voice. Stay in the car! It sounded like he choked from the last syllable as a ghastly gurgled yell come from his lips. Through his pain cries, Rebecca could only make out so much of what happened. Stay! Rowing! I feel it! Don't get out of that car! Oh God, no! Then the unexpected instantly. The screaming ceased. The silence returned. Rebecca shook. Her mind raced, and her breathing came in short, fast gasps. Tears warmed her face. No, she couldn't leave him out there. She wouldn't be alone again. Hey, get up! What's happening, sir? Sir? With a determined fury, she brought her hand and butt of the phone to the window pane. That's when it moved. Almost in perfect sync with her motion, one of the blobs that had embraced the window stirred. The light showed her every gruesome second. The moment was still. A silent $half$ section of the bottom split in two and peeled itself apart. It was unexpected enough to send Rebecca stumbling backwards. At first, it startled her. Then it revolted her. The small section that split open revealed a new structure below it. Small, round, and moving. Rebecca realized she was looking at an eyeball. A seemingly human eyeball. The thing had opened an eye and was peering through the car. Through a cloudy blue iris, it searched about for just a moment before it locked its gaze right on her. No, Rebecca said, as if it would change her reality. Horrified, she couldn't break away from the unexpected, unwelcome staring contest. The eyes held its gaze, and then it blinked. Rebecca wondered what it was thinking. This thing made of flesh and blood. She couldn't resist. Its dead stare offered no clues. Could it think at all? Why was it staring at her? Why had any of it happened? Then she saw at the corner of her eye. At the furthest edge of the light's reach, she saw it. Another eye had emerged beneath the pulpy masses. When she shined the light at it, she saw that it too was looking directly at her. It didn't seem possible that it could see her. Once brown, the cornea now wore a red gash around its surface, straight through the pupil. Despite that injury, however, it followed her perfectly. No matter where the car had moved, both the eyes followed her. Before long, they were everywhere. Every single piece of flesh that had fallen from the sky and struck her car eventually opened an eye, a singular eye, and they all stared down at her. She no longer felt alone. In fact, she felt like a trapped animal, a fox in a trap. Hunter didn't need to make a move. He only needed to watch and wait. She was their prey. Rebecca dropped the phone and the light died. The car was cast in near total darkness once more. The darkness may have been comforting. Had she not been perfectly sure that those eyes were still watching her, she knew darkness could not protect her. How long must have passed inside that car? Rebecca was unsure if she blacked out or if she had simply let time slip by. But when she regained some semblance of sanity, it was late in the afternoon. The phone, whose battery now at a measly 15%, showed the time was 4:55. Rebecca should have been home, but instead she was lost, trapped. She needed to be with her mother. It may have been that realization that brought motion back to Rebecca's body. From seat to seat, from corner to corner, she scrambled. The phone energy fell, the clock ticked, but the bars wouldn't return. She couldn't find a goddamn signal. Cautiously, she tilted the phone screen of her phone to the window. Some light reflected off, just enough was able to illuminate some of the flesh beyond. To her relief, the eyes were closed. She made sure to check all of them. Part of her wondered if the eyes had simply been a product of her paranoia. The blobs had reverted to being shapeless, featureless masses, and that was better. With luck, those eyes would have never existed at all. She wondered if the man outside had been real. Ever since she let the darkness retake her, not a single sound besides her own breathing had come along. The unnatural, deathly silence had been heavier than the shadows around her. She still was utterly clueless to what had happened outside, and what the world looked like. How widespread was the rain? Help still hadn't reached her yet. She'd been doubtful it ever would. Maybe she was been quarantined? Surprisingly, she found that idea reassuring. In that case, it means people were still out there and she'd be taken care of eventually. The alternate was far worse. Is it possible that the rain was a widespread epidemic? Had it covered the whole country? The world? Rebecca shivered as she remembered China. Something had happened in China and Somalia. Had the rain hit there too? She cured herself she cursed herself for turning the radio. Was she alone? Really and truly alone? She had hoped people were still outside, but what if they had all suffered as that stranger had? Maybe the car had protected her, her savior, and her captor. She was trapped in her own racing thoughts. Those things brought back memories of her youth. Specifically, she recalled the day her dad had hit that poor cat. They were in their old F-150, and the sun was too bright. The fat gray cat had just run into the road. It was like it had been waiting for the truck. Couldn't have timed it any better. She remembered how it felt, the bump as the front of the wheel struck it, and the bump as the rear wheel finished it. Her dad told her not to look. He had pulled the truck over so that he could go check on it. Rebecca disobeyed and looked through the back window. All she saw was a quick peek to make sure the cat was okay. She paid for her morbid curiosity. She recalled Mr. Sanders' words. It was the true hours earlier she remembered the terrible scene. Aside from its crane head and open eyes, nothing on it resembled a cat anymore. It hit it so hard it was more red than gray. It was no longer an animal, just meat. You hit them hard enough, that's what they looked like. They were all meat. So that's what this had to be. Flesh? That seemed the most logical assumption. It's impossible at the same time. She couldn't bring herself to accept that. Flesh of what? How could flesh rain from the sky? It had to come from somewhere, didn't it? She shut that thought, that word, away. It sickened her. She thought of those eyes, those very human eyes. Another thought came into her being. It took hold like a cancer in her head. The question came. Had those things once, perhaps, been people? No, they weren't. It was too much. So much death, so much flesh, it was impossible. In every sense, in every meaning, there would have to... Where would they get all those people? There would have been millions. Millions of people murdered. There are millions in China, she thought. Maybe something worse than rain happened in China. No, she told herself, stop it. Her thoughts obeyed, trailing off like a bad note. It didn't matter now. She hadn't paid attention. She had been so worried about her own problems. What good did it do for her to wonder? Who cares where they came from? Who cares if they people? She gagged. All that she needed to do was escape. Her mother still needed her. Sweat rolled down her face. The temperature had only been 30 degrees Fahrenheit outside, yet the car was steadily heating up. Those things were doing it. She was sure. They were warm. And the warmth they emitted was conductive directly into the car. Shedding her coat and her sweater, she fanned herself with a white, sweat-soaked undershirt. Rebecca wondered how long it would take them to cook her alive, if that was even possible. Death by rank flesh heat, she decided to call it. Wasn't an option for her. Placing the phone on the center console, she moved to the driver's seat. She didn't like it. Those pulpous things were far too close when she had sat there. But if she let herself get roasted any longer, she would live to regret it. Back at the wheel, she couldn't help but think about driving away. It wasn't a possibility, just a fantasy with those blobs. The packed windshield blocked her sight. And there was also probably held her tires to the ground. She'd never move and she'd never get anywhere. Wondering if perhaps the noise would agitate the things, Rebecca saw their eyes in their mind. It had been hours since then, and her eyes hadn't returned. Assured that they wanted to hurt her, they would have done so already. Rebecca started the car. The engine turned on twice and started. More heat leaked out the vent in the moist, heavy waves. She gagged on the flesh stench overloaded her nose. It would take a moment for the AC to turn on. The radio was silent as she knew it would be. While she waited, she tried out of curiosity to drive, switching into gears. She eased down to the gas pedal. The engine picked up the pitch. The wheels did nothing but flinch. It felt as soon as she was trying to drive out the curve, she fed it more gas. As she figured, the car wouldn't move an inch. She cursed those damn wheels and her damned life. A groan came from above her. It wasn't guttural, it wasn't those things, it was her car. The roof of her car was caving in. Something was pressing down on it, on the windows. She saw them twitch. The masses were moving now, reacting. It was the car. It had to have been. She accidentally woken them up. Cursing her careless mistake, Rebecca yanked the keys from her console. The car felt silent, but the things kept moving. They struggled against each other, wiggling back and forth in their confined spaces. Perhaps they were searching. Rebecca held her breath, and she waited. Their motion had started to rock the car side to side. The things shook her harder and faster. The lurching continued until Rebecca felt she was going to throw up. The wheel was all she had to hold on to. Fortunately for her, the rocking did not persist for long. After just a few seconds, everything stopped. The car fell back to rest, and the calm retook the air. Rebecca sucked in the exhausted gasp. Reluctantly, she released the steering wheel, but as she could see, her eyes watered as she reached for the phone. She had been tormented enough. Never before had there been so desperate to speak to her mother. Still, there were no bars, no signal. The battery fell to 7%. Her heart was already drained. She fell back into the rear seat, too weak to cry. It was hopeless. Rebecca wasn't sure what prompted her to check again. Habit, probably. In the back seat, she had subconsciously refused her fate. Looking back at her phone, she was shocked. It was weak, but finally a connection had been made. A signal. There was signal. Rebecca wasn't sure if her fingers had ever moved faster in her life. She dialed the number for home. As she held the phone to her face, she didn't know if she could even speak. The hands cupped over her mouth. No evil in the world held a candle to the next 10 seconds. Every beep hit harder and cut her deeper than those damn monstrosities outside ever could. Overwhelming joy gave way yet to grief yet again. She could only hope that God, if there was one, wouldn't let her down. That what her mother would have told her, her mother always had faith. Rebecca was rewarded for hers. Hello? A fragile voice came over the phone, weak but alive. Oh my God, Rebecca gasped. Oh my God, Mom, is that you? Who is this? Her mother asked. On any other day, that question might have broken Rebecca's heart. But today, it was all Rebecca needed. Rebecca, Mom, it's Rebecca. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Of course, dear, she said unconcerned. Of course you're Rebecca. Why, yes, I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be? Rebecca pumped her fists in the air and she kicked out her feet several times in furious juvenile joy. The smile that spread on her face was unmatched. Thank the Lord, her mother was safe. That meant there was hope. Maybe her nightworm wasn't just as widespread as she'd feared. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for her. A chance for everyone. Mom? What happened? What's happening over there? Her mother was confused. Nothing much. There was just so much to do here. Someone needs to water the flowers. I should water them. No! Rebecca stated. No! Don't go outside, Mother. Listen to me. Can you turn on the TV? What does the TV say? Do you want to talk to Rebecca? Her mother asked, confused. No, Mom. I'm Rebecca. She should be home by now, my Rebecca. She's always comes home. I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused. Those words broke her heart. I will be home, Mom. I'll be home soon. I promise. I'm coming home, she assured her. Okay. Well, be careful. I'm gonna go water the plants. Should I? It's been raining hard today. Rebecca froze. No. It couldn't be. Could it really be that widespread? Home was miles away, but her mom was okay. Perhaps her mom had just been lucky. She was inside after all. As long as those bulbs stay outside, she'd be fine. But her flowers... Rebecca knew how she could be. In her confused state, she was truly determined then. Mother, listen to me. I have never been more serious in my entire life. Do not go outside. I'll do what I want. Only Rebecca can... Mother, Rebecca wailed. Do not leave the house. The plants don't need water. Just listen to me. Rebecca stopped. If those were the last words she ever spoke to her mother, she didn't want them to be screams. She took a deep breath and begged. Please, Mom. Please. Wait for me. We'll water the plants together. Just please. Wait for me to get home. Silence. Okay, her mother said. You get here and then you, Rebecca, and I can go water those flowers. We're gonna need it so badly today. I'll be home soon, Mom. The last words choked out. I love you. The line went dead. The phone, hanging on 3%, was about to leave her in darkness. But she had to move. She had to get out. She had to let She had to let Mr. Sanders down. And she couldn't help that old man. She refused to let anyone else die. Not herself, not her mother, not everyone. Adrenaline filled her veins. And with the roar of a warrior, Rebecca threw herself at that door. It bulged. The flashlight burned bright as it sucked the phone's battery dry. All of the powers left was so precious, and it went out then. If it went out, then so did Rebecca's chances. Twice more she threw herself. She gave it all, her right shoulder, and then her left. The door flinched each time, but it refused to yield. A sliver of light had managed to leak out the side. Both of her shoulders protested against another blow, so she laid on her back, and with her feet she kicked out, and she kicked. The battery fell to 2%. Her feet ached, especially her right ankle. She felt more pain than earlier, returned in force. Pain didn't even slow her down. Regardless of how futile each kick seemed, she refused to stop. She was going to escape or die trying. She had no idea how true that statement was. One moved in the corner of the light, squeezing its way through the newly formed crevice between the door and the car. She didn't see it until she had just about touched her leg. When she did, she instantly brought her knees to her chest. A thin mass, a fleshy tentacle had entered the car. It squirmed around blindly on the seat. It pulled itself forward with what looked to be a fingernail. The battery slipped to 1%. A noise came from behind her. Turning her head, she found that she was surrounded. Through the other door, more tentacles were starting to wedge their way through. The center of the seat offered little solace. As both sides grew closer, the glass behind her started to crackle, as even more protrusions pushed themselves through the cracks. They pushed their way through the shards of glass, carrying each with them a piece of glass at the end of each arm. They were coming for her, but she was done hiding. If anything, their intrusion only encouraged her. Now it was her and her mother's survival on the line. With her booted heels, she squished the singular tentacle that had originally disturbed her space. It wiggled, pinning against the seat. She initially thought it was blood that leaked from it, but it came out a trickle, slow and vicious. It stuck to her boot like a syrup. With a disgusting shriek, she pushed the tentacle to the floor and out of the way. The door had been pulled open by the things to let the tentacle in, and she saw her chance. She offered up a final, double-legged kick. The flashlight went out, and with a final yell, light flooded the car. She considered everything. In the last several hours, every scenario had danced through her mind like a terrible daydream. The memories of that man that had fed most of them. She thought about the crunching beneath her feet and those terrible screams. She wondered what she would find, but she was far more worried of what might find her. Rebecca wondered what the world would look like when she escaped. In her disgust, nothing she imagined could compare to what she found. As soon as she kicked open the door and left from the car, she suddenly felt like she was standing on an alien world. There was a loud crunch when her boots hit the floor. It felt like she was standing on well-packed snow. Those things covered every square inch below her feet. In fact, they stretched as far as she could see. All around, from horizon to horizon, the blobs dominated the landscape. It invoked thoughts of Mars in her head. There was no green to be seen anywhere. The color red stretched beyond her sight, seemingly to infinity. The land was rugged. All the trees that she had seen earlier along the sides of the field were gone. Only major protrusions on the rugged landscape where there were solidified shells around the houses and cars still stood. They looked as if they had been scabbed over. Most had remained upright. They spotted the landscape in every direction. The old man's house still stood. The overhang of his porch had been sheltered in the front door from the barrage. The now dried, hardened creatures seemed to have formed a cave around each of it. It was a relief to see they haven't reached everything. The silo had fallen. The pieces lay in messy heaps beside the house. The combined weight of those things must have proved too much. Rebecca hoped that her house had held better. When she caught sight of the old man, she couldn't help. She shrieked. The old man was frozen. One knee halfway between her car. He was frozen on one knee, halfway between her car and Mr. Sanders' truck. He must have been going to check on him. The same as he had for her when the things got him. She saw it enter through his pant leg. A bundle of tendrils, very similar to the ones that invaded her car, snuck up his pant leg, down to his ankles, where his skin was exposed. One had seemingly burrowed into his flesh. She followed the tendrils up like a snake. They coiled up his leg. They had crawled along his body. And she thought that she could see the tendrils branch apart under his clothes. They snaked around his body, and they all ended before they reached his neck. Blood soaked parts of his blue button-up shirt. The worst part was his head. It was forced back, held in place, and his mouth was agape, sprouting from it. Several dozen vein-like stems ended in the red. Plant-like petals rose towards the sky, liquids circulating around him as if it pumped by the man's heart. The grotesque growths wouldn't have terrified her as much if it hadn't been for the man's eyes. They were still open, and they were looking right at her. Then came a singled, labored breath. He was still alive. She heaved, but her stomach had nothing to expel. By the old man's feet, she saw a bulge in the ground, with another bundle of macabre flowers protruding from within. Rebecca knew what they marked. Mr. Sanders' grave. If she could even call it that. Was he, too, still alive under there? Was that even possible? She prayed for mercy and for Mr. Sanders' forgiveness. She knew he didn't deserve this. No, she couldn't have imagined this. Not in her worst nightmares. Whatever those things were had grown into the man through him. She let out another shriek loose as she saw his stomach twitch. The man grimaced as something moved inside him. Rebecca wasn't sure if there was a worse fate. The old man, with his eyes full of fear, gestured down. It took several motions of his eyes for her to even catch it, but once she noticed, she followed the gaze down. Rebecca hadn't noticed then, but before, little fibrous stretches struck out of the blobs, each one several inches tall. They looked like red fern. A similar one wrapped around the old man's ankle. Looking at her own feet, she noticed she stepped on one. The pressure from her boot had triggered one of the tentacles to slowly emerge from the blob below. It reached around, blindingly, unable to cling to the material of her boots. They weren't plants. They were snares. She nodded to the man, and she thanked him. He didn't need to tell her, for her to understand that it was imperative that she not let those extensions, those blood ferns, touch her skin. She didn't want to leave the old man. In fact, she offered to help him, but he groaned in disapproval, exerting himself. He managed to shoo her away with small motions of his hand. Through his stuffed throat, he tried to speak, but no words came out. Rebecca knew it was too late. So, she went to his house, again forced to leave someone behind. A tear ran down the old man's cheek. It was like navigating a minefield, but Rebecca did quickly and skillfully. The blood ferns were scarce enough, thankfully. If she had stepped on one of her boot, offered her more than enough protection. The ground crunched like snow beneath her feet. When she stepped on something new, it caught her ear. The crunch wasn't like what she heard. It wasn't light like snow, but heavy like glass. Lifting her boot, she saw it embezzled in the mass. Desensitization kept her moving, despite the appalling discovery beneath her. There was no mistake anymore. She knew what she had been right. She stepped on a watch. Through the cavernous maw of the blob, she made it to the porch and she found the door unlocked. The house was abandoned as far as she could tell. She called several times to check, but no one responded. That made her incredibly thankful. She was still alone, but she didn't want anyone in that house to see what had happened to that old man. There was a picture frame hung askew on the wall. In it, the old man stood with his family. He was about 5 years younger in it, and his wife and three grown sons smiled with him. The eldest son sat a toddler on his knee. He would probably be around 8 now. She dreaded to even imagine. It was a stroke of luck that the keys on the counter, even bigger stroke of luck that the garage door had been left open. Inside sat a '98 Chevy with the battered red paint. Rebecca looked at the path before her. Hopefully the truck would too. Hopefully the truck would do. If these things couldn't stop her boots anymore, they sure as hell weren't going to stop a truck. They were dry. That hopefully meant they were easy to navigate. Hopefully. She hesitated to get inside the truck. She dreaded the idea that the rains would return. They would fall, and again she'd be trapped. This time she'd be without the help and without hope. With a single calming breath, she pulled the open door and took her seat. The engine turned, and it was the sweetest noise she's ever heard. The terrain was bumpy at first, but she got used to it fast. She set a course across the alien Earth. The road was lost beneath the surface of flesh, but Rebecca found her way. The houses, though covered, offered plenty in the way of navigation. They made a skeleton of her map. Memory filled the rest. Through the atrocious, unspeakable landscape she drove. Those plants had sprung up in unbelievable numbers. The rain must have infected anything that it touched. The larger the animal, the larger the plant. Passing a farm, she observed a large bush-sized growth that sprouted what used to be cows. They were buried now, but she passed them this morning. She's glad that most of the plants were covered. She'd rather not know whose grave was whose. She did see some terrible scenes during her journey. Cars were scarce, but she didn't find a single survivor in any of them. She slowed to check, but every car had at least one door open, and nobody would be able to claim refuge inside. Instead, they found themselves trapped outside. The lucky ones. The ones who weren't buried could only watch as Rebecca drove by, ones that had been glued to the side of the minivan. His arms reached out to Rebecca, but she couldn't take it. There was a couple, a man and a woman, that broke Rebecca's heart. The woman had gotten infected at the knee where she'd fallen, and her husband was frozen in place as it clutched the stems that emerged from her mouth. He had tried to pull them loose, but those vines had used to contact and snared him as well. They entered him through the wrist, and they stared at each other. Neither even looked at Rebecca as she drove by. They were trapped by their own love. The twisted machinations of their predicament were granted some enlightenment when she saw the helicopter. It had been brought down to one of the fields, and around it stretched something surprisingly natural. It had etched out a crater around itself, a crater of dirt and fire, a fire caused by collision. It had eaten away at the surrounded flesh, but it managed to etch out a radius about 3 times longer than the helicopter itself. Rebecca couldn't believe the sight of dirt and fire would have caused her so much joy. It was good to see these things pushed at, to see them burned and beaten. The feeling died as she saw the clouds swirl above. An eye, like the center of a hurricane, opened above. The winds picked up and threatened to pluck Rebecca's truck from the ground. Slamming at the brakes, she could only watch in awe as what happened next. From within the eye, 3 large shapes descended, blacker than the night. Tentacles of enormous proportions dangled from the clouds. Surely they were thicker than the skyscrapers and twice as tall. They hovered over the spot where the helicopter crashed, examining it. Rebecca couldn't breathe as one retracted the clouds, and its end split into 5 pieces, 5 fingers. She could only watch as the Derek, she says, hand disappeared behind the sky and then reappeared holding something massive. Pieces dropped from the hand like sand from a fist and splattered against the ground. The giant arm held its hand directly above the barren ground below, and then it started to release its hold. Like rain, pieces of flesh fell from the sky and littered the ground. They covered the helicopter, and they smothered the fire. Within moments, it was like there was never been a disturbance at all. The things above, pleased with its restoration, carried the remaining flesh in its grasp back to the clouds. The remaining 2 tentacles swung about the eye, surveying the monstrous masterpiece. One split its finger apart and tenderly brushed against one of the plants. It was a gardener tending to its garden. It was that sickening metaphor that brought Rebecca the greatest revelation. That rain, all the people infected, they were nothing but more than fertilizer. The creature above retracted into the heavens, and the eye closed. Rebecca no longer begged God for help. She cursed his name. The drive took almost half an hour. The town she called her home her whole life was deserted and lifeless. Thankfully, very few were stuck outside. She didn't even want to know how many of her obscured figures were friends, loved ones. She drove past. She figured, hoped, that most had found refuge inside. Passing stores, she witnessed the truth. The doors were shut, but the things had spread inside. Perhaps people stood, trapped against the glass like tortured mannequins. Random movements danced by some of the windows, but she didn't dare to stop. Her home was so close. It was unrecognizable. Once beautiful, with 2 stories, yellow sidings, and a little stained glass rose in the front window. None of it could be seen beneath a disgusting layer of filth accumulated around it. The dead covered her house, and nothing was more sickening. That's what she thought, until she got out of her truck and raced the back of her house. Grief was not strong enough of a word to describe how Rebecca felt. After everything she's seen, after all she survived and fought for, it had led her to this. There was only so much that day could have done. The fates had been cruel that day. Her mother was on her knees, a full water pitcher in her hand. Her old eyes found Rebecca. They were green and still so bright. The vines hadn't taken hold completely, but Rebecca could see them moving. Only once, at that moment, was she ever thankful for her mother's condition. Rebecca was so glad she probably couldn't comprehend what was happening to her. She didn't seem to be in any pain. With the last energy of a beaten, broken woman, Rebecca fell into her mother's arms and hugged her. Her mother was surprised her for one last time. "I love you," her mother said, and it was all Rebecca needed. "I love you too," she replied. "You're right," her mother whispered into Rebecca's ear. "I don't think the plants even needed this water." Rebecca managed a final laugh as the infection took hold. And that was the end of the story. Heavy Rain. Did you guys like that? Was that good? Jesus fuck! Oh my god! My cat just snuck into my room and fucking jump scared me. Oh my god! Ah! Hi, kitty. Oh my god. 1 second, chat. Wow. Oh, I gotta wait for my heart to come down from that. Ooh. You good? Yeah, I'm fine. That ending was depressing. I mean, oh no, guys, I found oh, sorry, that wasn't the ending. I found some more. And then Rebecca realized she didn't have to put up with this. And then she screamed with the might of her entire soul, despite the pain, despite everything that happened. And from her arm, she summoned a drill. This drill was her soul made manifest. And with that drill, she drilled through her mother's infection and quickly brought her inside. Soon, Rebecca would learn how to teach the other humans to manifest their soul into a drill, and she freed the world of its meaty rain, heavy rain complexion. And then, with her fellow humans, she took a ship towards space to fight the aliens infecting her planet and killed them all, and everybody was really happy. And they found a cure for dementia and Alzheimer, and Rebecca's mother lived to 100 years old, but everything was really cool and really awesome and really nice. That was the real ending, guys. I do like how it's ambiguous. As the infection took hold, I'm hope-pilled, so I'm thinking while the infection took her mother and not her, but I feel like it's also readable of, you know, like the couple that was trapped in their love. Base alternate ending. Thank you. Thank you. That's the real ending. Just win, forehead. If fire's the thing weakness, I could see it with a heated knife. I don't think fire, I think it's just flesh. So I think if she had a knife, she would have been able to cut a little bit. Pixie ending is like a shroom fever dream. Perfect. It was one of those stories that really freaked me out when I was in middle school. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Feels like a sidestep from Dead Space in terms of the horror and the eldritch stuff. My drill. Dead Space Hill has a mass amount of jump scares? Yeah? What? Yeah, it does. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All right, experts in the chat. What is the U.S. military protocol if heavy flesh rain starts to rain from the sky and take over mounds of flesh like that and starts to mutate people, and there's giant tentacles in the sky who are cultivating all the land they didn't get with more meat? What is the United States military tack plan from that? What's the sit rep? What's the strat? Nukes, I hope. Give it a virus. What virus? What would you nuke? God? So I assume if you nuked the actual strat is actually top secret. Okay, what do you guys think they would do? Nukes? What would they nuke? All of America? There are official contingency plans for aliens and zombies. I wonder if there's a real... Because I know in 2012, because zombie craze was happening, they released like a cheeky, here's what we do with zombies. I wonder if there's a real zombie plan. Looks to be next resort. Do you feel like that was like last resort there? People immediately said nukes. People immediately. That was the first answer. That was the second answer. Nukes. Independence Day movie? I wonder what, when people say virus, like, what do you think, like, the CDC could or the Department of Defense could manufacture a virus? Well, they would need the, you know, examples of flesh, but there's plenty of it all around. Would you think they would manufacture a virus that is, you know, would kill the alien but not human? Or you think they would just release a virus that would kill fucking everything. Virus would be too risky to spread to living humans. Yeah. Might be made of human flesh. Might be susceptible to human disease. That's true, but if you start spreading human disease, uh-oh, there's humans. Can't maintain physically conventional arms. Yeah, if a helicopter crash cleared a whole thing out, they seem very susceptible to, you know, regular arms. It's just the initial kind of... Like, if we were to power scale creepypastas, I feel like Dead Space kind of beats this. But Dead Spaces are weaker. Because if you have Brother Moons invading Earth, you could just nuke the moon. You could nuke the Brother Moons, right? Here, it's infecting your own populace. So, yeah, Dead Space I feel like is more offensively and defensively oriented, but also they have a bigger, more glaring weakness. If it's just pounds of flesh everywhere. That's why a Walking Dead type outbreak doesn't work. Why? Because we could just shoot him in the face? I was like, I'm hungry. Why am I hungry? Because it's past the time that I usually eat. Flamethrowers almost always work. Because they're just made of flesh? I thought flamethrowers were not effective in warfare. That's why, or I guess maybe they're not effective against people with guns. Because I feel like you could just... You know, you just end up running the risk of making fire zombies instead of killing the zombie. Go eat, girl? Okay, I'm gonna go make food. BRB. I wonder, should we end the recording here? What else would I do? I feel like that's a good place to call it. It's, yeah, it's a 4-hour video. I have to record an intro later. Or I'll record an intro right now, maybe? Okay, hold on. I should record an intro right now. Viewers, beware, you're in for a scare! Hello and welcome to Pixie Reads Scary Stories. That sucked. I don't, how do I intro this for a video? Thinking emoji, thinking emoji. Have you ever gone on Reddit? No sleep. Have you ever gone on No Sleep Reddit and read some stories there to your Twitch chat? That doesn't make sense. What am I? Have you ever wanted? Have you ever? Sorry, chat. I'm thinking. Did you ever read scary stories? Did you ever read scary stories as a kid next to the campfire for Halloween? Okay. Did you ever read scary... Did you ever read scary stories as a kid next to a campfire? Well, that's exactly what I did to my Twitch chat. I went on No Sleep Reddit and read the top rated stories on there for Halloween weekend. Because since I'm doing this on Halloween, this video is probably going to come out weeks after Halloween, and that's okay. That was good. Use that. Please enjoy me reading the top Reddit stories on Reddit No Sleep. No, top stories, the top posts on Reddit No Sleep. Please enjoy me reading the top... Blah, blah, blah. Please enjoy me reading the top stories on Reddit No Sleep and maybe a famous copy pasta. Like and subscribe or whatever the fuck. Boom. All right, that's good. I think that's a good recording. I think that's good. All right, we're gonna end. I'm gonna go take a break. I don't know what we're gonna be doing. I dead ass do not know what we're gonna be doing after this. We could, maybe I'll play a cheeky game. Maybe I'll play Resident Evil early. That's probably bad, right? Because I want to make it an event. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Or if you guys have suggestions, maybe we'll play more Tormented Souls or something. All right. BRB. I will be back. Boo. My food will be ready in 14 minutes. What do you guys want to do? It's 11 o'clock. It's pretty late. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I could just end the stream. I could just end the stream. I'm tired. I did what I needed to do. I'm still here. Hello, Austin. Tomorrow is Thursday, Resident Evil. I could just rest. If I have any work to get done, I have to send some auditions. I did the schedule. What else am I doing here? I don't feel like playing Tormented Souls. Is there a casual game I could play? Marvel Rivals? We could play more zombies? I could play a little bit of Marvel Rivals, actually. I could play a tiny bit of Marvel Wibble. I could do a little itty bit of Marvel Wibble. I could do a little itty bit of Marvel Wibble. That sounds fun. Hell yeah. What am I doing? Twitch, change the thing. Finally trying a white monster. What's that meme? It was just like in trying in eating a white monster, I became the white monster or some shit. I have regular quests piling up though, I think. Hold on. 4 days? Am I gonna play this game in 4 days? I don't know. Does this count if I play Jeff? I'm not gonna play Jeff. Who am I kidding? I mean, I have food. Okay, so we're gonna do one regular quick match while I have food waiting for me.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm
Love
not
the
judging.
stories, by the way. The ones I read. Why isn't this like auto the Daredevil insta locks?
I'm not the type. I'm Luna Snow.
I am beyond my pitiful creator.
I'm not the type. I'm Luna Snow. I am beyond my pitiful creation. Yeah, the stories was good. I feel like that went actually. I mean, it wasn't really a hiccup in the beginning. I should have done more preparing, but I think that went better than I thought it was gonna go. Not that I thought it was gonna go bad. It just went really well.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Well, there's my favorite life-hating robot egomaniac.
And you are my favorite stinking obsolescent flesh bag.
I can't believe you called him
Same team
Stinky.
Today.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yes, please.
If only Sarah were here to witness my glorious combat.
Boost. Iron Man, of course. Oh, that's my job. Ah! What is happening here?
I feel renewed. Warning. Protective shield compromised.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Where the fuck did everybody go?
Capture the mission area.
I'm healing. I'm trying to hit the back line. Dead as fuck, bro. Took it off Angela. Is she gonna die now? Yep. My bad. Couldn't get to her in time. Oh my god. Our Iron Man, what is he doing? You gotta match him with the... Oh, he's on controller. Never mind. We're done.
Feeling good again.
I am fundamentally immortal.
Only healed 1,000 damage. I don't understand Ultron. I feel like I do nothing. Maybe he just got nerfed or something.
The scales always balance in the end. Perfection.
Oh, they'd be dead if I could aim.
Your team's captured
Hello?
past the halfway point.
What? You're not... Yeah, okay. Oh, shit, nice.
That was illogical. Recalculating.
I hate you, Jeff. Understandable.
It's fighting time!
Go! Do it! Do it! Do it! Fuck it. Oh, that's enemy Iron Man. Fuck, I should have put a drone on him. Damn. Okay, well. What's up, Juan? Greeting, Princess Pixie Prototype VT. Is that me? Who is that? Dude, how much health do I have to heal?
Live every single one of you.
Oh, okay. We're almost there. Ooh, we're supposed to get the other one.
They're not going
Oh, they're fine. Damn. Yeah, I never win that fight. I don't know what I try. They did nerf Ultron's healing. Understandable. Wait, I have my fucking pair up that I never used. God damn it.
There are
Yeah, my pair-up's right there this whole time. I still don't out DPS Iron Man, but I might as well. Well.
Biological life is obsolete.
Biological life is obsolete. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Natural selection.
This is my unnatural selection.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Iron Mouse? No, that's Iron Man.
You're leaking down there, Ultron.
No, I'm not. And you're misbehaving like a child, Stark.
I know. I wished for a good robot last Christmas. You're leaking.
I'm not planning on humanity to ever mature anyway.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
All right. If anyone needs me, I'll be in.
Maximum pulse!
Oh,
That was a joke. I get joke too.
wow. I don't know if that was a good or not.
I'll gladly take some protection. Louser should be proud of her sister, Angela.
Pulse charge! Fire!
You got 3 tanks on here?
Supernova!
Oh, God. Just smack him.
Capture now.
Oh, they're taking it. There's too many flyers. We can't hold a point. Artillery can't hold a point. Oh, imagine if I could aim, dude. That should be over.
I told you, Stark, you are the flaw.
The mission area is yours.
Nice.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
I feel renewed.
Guard your rear.
Finish the job for you.
That's the first time.
Hello?
Welcoming committee.
Back to my old self.
Where the fuck is he going?
Us against the world.
Nice, nice, nice. 2 support ults. I am strangely vulnerable. That's a good voice line.
Keep capturing the
I can't do shit.
Keep going.
The DPS looks at me and I die! That maximum pulse had minimum effect. Oh, I could have used my 3. I keep forgetting I have it.
I'll get you next time.
Devil's Reign!
No! Fuck, man. Oh, God. I could have saved them! Oh, I couldn't do shit about that.
Feeling good again.
I got it.
I'll outlive every single one of you.
I'll outlive every single one of you.
This is my unnatural selection.
Maximum pulse!
Progress is past the halfway point.
The fuck was Bro aiming for? Oh. Who the? Oh, hi.
I am fundamentally immortal.
Co-op time.
Oh, we have a storm instead of Iron Man now. Okay.
See
Judge, jury, executioner!
Man, I got nothing. What am I doing? We gotta get in there. Do my best. Why your drill has the thinking hat? Where else am I supposed to put the thinking hat? What do you mean? This drill's got a mind of its own. Whoa. Whoa, that's crazy. Well, you can't win them all. What a fantastic game to end the stream. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Please show up tomorrow. I'm doing a really cool stream I worked really hard on. I worked moderately hard on. Hard on? Does he try to drill your skull at night? Huh? Good night, everybody. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Bye-bye.